Shabbat throughout the generations. Wherefore the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath to observe Shabbat throughout the generations. Shabbat Shalom. Wherefore the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath to observe Shabbat throughout the generations. Wherefore the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath to observe Shabbat throughout the generations. Shabbat Shalom. A song for days of resting inside your home.
Senbet Salam, Senbet Salam, Senbet Salam, Senbet Salam. Sabbath peace, Sabbath safety, Senbet peace, rest safely, rest. The true rest and peace is in Christos and in Him.
Yes. Shabbat Shalom, Senbet Salam, Chabarim, Shalom, Chabarim, Senbet Salam, in Amharic Senbet, Sabbath, in Amharic Senbet, Salam, peace, in the Hebrew, Shabbat Shalom. Yes, brothers and sisters, in the previous podcast, it hasn't been released just yet. You know, we got a couple of blocks on a couple of tunes that we had played right there. Develop a new policy, you know. There's some tunes that we play and we never get any blocks on it, you know. But there's a few tunes that got a few blocks on it. Hopefully they'll clear that up. So if Ones and Ones was looking at the previous podcast, that was really a good podcast right there. Hopefully in the next couple of days, we got up to 30 days, but we're not going to let it go that long. If we have to, we'll just edit out those, those tunes right there. Like to reason on that whole subject matter right there, but give thanks to the artists, you know what I mean? The musicians that, Rastafari, that put their music forward definitely to preach and proclaim Rastafari, because we never, right? Let's say just never, we never ever, get any blocks on some of those tunes right there. This is how we were used to, but of course they say, we're in these days and these times, in these latter days and these perilous days, these perilous times. So brothers and sisters, those who are looking forward to, checking out the replay of the podcast from the Thursday, Upper Room, from the Upper Room of Zion podcast for the Thursday. But here, Shabbat Shalom, Senbet Salam, TJIF. We thank Yah, Rastafari. Here is Friday. Here we're fulfilling and completing the second book of Moses, the second book right here, Exodus. Also in the previous, we had went into the new covenant, companion to the reasonment here, Pekudei, here for the 22nd sabbatical study, Shabbat Strong here, or actually 22nd, that was last week, here's 23rd. Usually these two are joined together, but here in this season, we get to kind of read and study them, in a separate Shabua. So here, fulfilling the 23rd sabbatical study, Shabbat Strong, Pekudei, the summaries, Pekudei ha-Mishkan, the summary. What's the summary, right, of the tabernacle, the summary of the sanctuary? This is why the previous podcast, Thursday, going into the epistle to the Hebrews, and seeking to provide, basic practical application in the way, the truth, and the life of the King of Kings Christ, to the tabernacle, on the theme of the tabernacle. Yes, looking at all the particulars, all the attention to details of the structure, but then looking at the pattern, and pattern recognition. This is very, very important, in the new and the living way that he has consecrated for us through the veil that is, say, his flesh. Right there. Is that Hebrews? That's Hebrews. Is that 10:20? I think that's Hebrews chapter 10, round about verse 20. But right here, Shabbat Shalom, Senbet Salam.
6 days shalt thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. 6 days shalt thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. 6 days shall thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. When you feed people the truth, you don't know how they gonna react. You're scared of wrongdoers, people that's just ignorant. You're scared of the truth. We patient for now.
Shabbat Salam, Shabbat Shalom. A song for days of resting inside your home. Shabbat Salam, Shabbat Shalom.
Thank Jah Rastafari.
Rastafari, Rastafari, Rastafari.
Yay, 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 yay.
O Lord, open thou my lips, my lips, my lips, my lips.
Adonai Shefatai Tiftach, 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 Tiftach.
And my mouth shall show forth thy praise, thy praise, thy praise, thy praise, thy praise, thy praise.
Ufi Yagit Tehillatecha, Hillatecha, 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 Hillatecha.
The heavenly clear, the glory of Jah, and the firmament show it, His handiwork. The heavenly clear, the glory of Jah, and the firmament show it, His handiwork. The 7th day is Saturday. Yes, which day is the Sabbath day? The 7th day is Saturday. What do we keep? We keep the first day. What do we keep as the Sabbath day? We keep the first day.
When I say more, you say fire. More fire.
Who changed it? It is the Catholic Church.
When I say more,
what is the third commandment?
More fire.
The third commandment is to remember the Sabbath day and keep it holy. Commandment is to remember the Sabbath day and keep it holy.
Lion of Judah.
What are we commanded by the third commandment? By the third commandment, we are commanded to keep the Sabbath day holy. Or the Sabbath day and Sunday the same? The Sabbath day and Sunday are not the same.
When I say more, you say fire. More fire.
Which day is the Sabbath day? The 7th day is Saturday. Yes, which day is the Sabbath day? The 7th day is Saturday. Who changed it? It is the Catholic Church. They change it. Who changed it? It is the Catholic Church. The Sabbath day is the 7th day of the week and not Sunday. Yes, the Sabbath day is the 7th day of the week and not Sunday. Which day is the Sabbath day? The 7th day is Saturday. Yes, which day is the Sabbath day? The Sabbath day is Saturday. Yes, which day is the Sabbath day? The 7th day is Saturday. Yes, which day is the Sabbath day? The first day is Sunday. What is the third commandment? The third third commandment is to remember the holy day, which is the Sabbath day. Yes, the Sabbath day is the seventh day of the week, which is a Saturday. Yes, the Sabbath day is the seventh day of the week, which is a Saturday. Which day is the Sabbath day? The seventh day is a Saturday.
Thank Jah Rastafari.
Jah Rastafari. Jah Rastafari. Jah Rastafari.
Friday. Yay, 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 yay.
When I say more, you say fire. More fire.
Yes. But is it really the third commandment? Love that tune right there, Twinkle Brothers. Hope the tune goes through right there. But actually, we need to look at this right here. Got a chart we like to share right here. But here on the Sabbath Eve. Is it the third commandment or is it the fourth commandment? And how do we count the commandments as well? You know, or what's called the commandments, the words, actually the words of the commandment. Right, so the Sabbath command is actually the fourth word of the commandment. Check it out, Exodus chapter 20, right there. But still love that tune, classic Twinkle Brothers tune, right there. Right here. Friday Eve, well, the Sabbath Eve service, Friday evening, the Sabbath Eve service right here. Let's ride up with the Psalms. Begin off the Psalms here, the Kabbalat Shabbat Psalms here, Psalms 95 to Psalm 99, plus Psalm 29 right here, Shema Yisrael. Oh.
Psalm 95. O come, let us sing unto the Lord. Let us make a joyful noise to the rock of our salvation. Let us come before his presence with thanksgiving, and make a joyful noise unto him with song. For the Lord is a great God, and a great King above all gods. In his hand are the deep places of the earth. The strength of the hills is his also. The sea is his, and he made it, and his hands formed the dry land. O come, let us worship and bow down. Let us kneel before the Lord our Maker. For he is our God, and we are the people of his pasture, and the sheep of his hand. Today, if ye will hear his voice, harden not your heart as in the provocation, and as in the day of temptation in the wilderness, when your fathers tempted me, proved me, and saw my work. 40 years long was I grieved with this generation, and said, it is a people that do err in their heart, and they have not known my ways. Unto whom I swear in my wrath, that they should not enter into my rest, my rest, my rest, my rest, my rest. Psalm 96. O sing unto the Lord a new song. Sing unto the Lord, all the earth. Sing unto the Lord, bless his name. Show forth his salvation from day to day. Declare his glory among the heathen, his wonders among all people. For the Lord is great and greatly to be praised. He is to be feared above all gods. For all the gods of the nations are idols, but the Lord made the heavens. Honor and majesty are before him. Strength and beauty are in his sanctuary. Give unto the Lord, O ye kindreds of the people. Give unto the Lord glory and strength. Give unto the Lord the glory due unto his name. Bring an offering and come into his courts. O worship the Lord in the beauty of holiness. Fear before him all the earth. Say among the heathen that the Lord reigneth. The world also shall be established, that it shall not be moved. He shall judge the people righteously. Let the heavens rejoice, and let the earth be glad. Let the sea roar, and the fullness thereof. Let the field be joyful, and all that is therein. Then shall all the trees of the wood rejoice before the Lord. For he cometh to judge the earth. He shall judge the world with righteousness, and the people with his truth, 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 with his truth. Psalm 97. The Lord reigneth. Let the earth rejoice. Let the multitude of isles be glad thereof. Clouds and darkness are round about him. Righteousness and judgment are the habitation of his throne. A fire goeth before him, and burneth up his enemies round about. His lightnings enlightened the world. The earth sore and trembled. The hills melted like wax at the presence of the Lord, at the presence of the Lord of the whole earth. The heavens declare his righteousness, and all the people see his glory. Confounded be all they that serve graven images, that boast themselves of idols. Worship him, all ye gods. Zion heard and was glad, and the daughters of Judah rejoiced because of thy judgments, O Lord. For thou, Lord, art high above all the earth. Thou art exalted far above all gods. Ye that love the Lord hate evil. He preserveth the souls of his saints. He delivereth them out of the hand of the wicked. Light is sown for the righteous, and gladness for the upright in heart. Rejoice in the Lord, ye righteous, and give thanks at the remembrance of his holiness, his holiness, his holiness, his holiness, his holiness, his holiness, his holiness. Psalm 98. O sing unto the Lord a new song, for he hath done marvelous things. His right hand and his holy arm hath gotten him the victory. The Lord hath made known his salvation. His righteousness hath he openly showed in the sight of the heathen. He hath remembered his mercy and his truth toward the house of Israel. All the ends of the earth have seen the salvation of our God. Make a joyful noise unto the Lord, all the earth. Make a loud noise and rejoice and sing praise. Sing unto the Lord with the harp and the voice of a psalm. With trumpets and sound of cornet make a joyful noise before the Lord the King. Let the sea roar and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. Let the floods clap their hands. Let the hills be joyful together before the Lord. For he cometh to judge the earth. With righteousness shall he judge the world, and the people with equity, with equity, with equity, with equity. Psalm 99. The Lord reigneth. Let the people tremble. He sitteth between the cherubims. Let the earth be moved. The Lord is great in Zion, and he is high above all the people. Let them praise thy great and terrible name, for it is holy. The king's strength also loveth judgment. Thou dost establish equity. Thou executest judgment and righteousness in Jacob. Exalt ye the Lord our God, and worship at his footstool, for he is holy. Moses and Aaron among his priests, and Samuel among them that call upon his name, they called upon the Lord, and he answered them. Spake unto them in the cloudy pillar. They kept his testimonies, and the ordinance that he gave them. Thou answeredst them, O Lord our God. Thou wast a God that forgavest them, though thou tookest vengeance of their inventions. Exalt the Lord our God, and worship at his holy hill. For the Lord our God is holy. God is holy. God is holy. God is holy. God. Psalm 29. Give unto the Lord, O ye mighty. Give unto the Lord glory and strength. Give unto the Lord the glory due unto his name. Worship the Lord in the beauty of holiness. The voice of the Lord is upon the waters. The God of glory thundereth. The Lord is upon many waters. The voice of the Lord is powerful. The voice of the Lord is full of majesty. The voice of the Lord breaketh the cedars. Yea, the Lord breaketh the cedars of Lebanon. He maketh them also to skip like a calf. Lebanon and Syrian like a young unicorn. The voice of the Lord divideth the flames of fire. The voice of the Lord shaketh the wilderness. The Lord shaketh the wilderness of Kadesh. The voice of the Lord maketh the hinds to calve, and discovereth the forests. And in his temple doth every one speak of his glory. The Lord sitteth upon the flood. Yea, the Lord sitteth king forever. The Lord will give strength unto his people. The Lord will bless his people with peace.
Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam, light in the lights, light the lights.
Sanctifying our time, Narot, lighting the candles. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kiddushanu b'mitzvotav, v'bitz zanu, ledlik nir shel Shabbat, v'shel Yom Tov. Blessed are you, O Yahweh, our Almighty, King of the universe, who has sanctified I and I by your commandments and has instructed I and I to kindle the lights for Shabbat and for the Kadosh day.
Yes, 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 yes. Light in the light. Shabbat shalom. Sembet salam. I have to touch on when it says not to kindle a fire on the Shabbat. What does that mean right there? Now here, Friday Eve, prepping for the Shabbat day. On the Friday, a double portion of manna was given, so they didn't have to search for it on the Shabbat day. That the prepping on the Shabbat day. Now here we have the Anna. Here we have the Anna Bekoach. I think we had it in one of the Psalms, the recent Psalms, the Koach, strength. What is Anna Bekoach? This chant right here, Anna Bekoach. Anna, we beg, we beseech the eye, Bekoach, in strength, in your strength, with your strength. Anna Bekoach. Now here, let's see if we could bring this up right here on the screen so you can see this right here. We just want just to look it up right here, just get an overview. We're about to share a little bit of the chant on the Nas and Damian Marley adaptation of a classic Ethiopian jazz dub. About to come forward as we enter, right? But here they say, a medieval Yehudi or Jewish piyut. Piyut is like a liturgical poem that is believed to contain a mystical formula for spiritual renewal, and it's often recited during the evening service and also at other times. So here's a little more on the details right here, the meaning and origin. Ana Bekoach. Ana. Like we say, Hoshiana, right? The sense of we beseech, like na, like I pray the eye. Ana, to beg or to pray the eye. Ana, Hoshia, right? Save us, like to save us now, right? So Ana Bekoach, it translates generally, we beg the eye, we beseech the eye. Ana Bekoach, in strength or with your strength in Hebrew. It's a piyut. What's a piyut? It's a type of liturgical poem, for the liturgy, like congregational worship, poem composition, and it's said to be a mystical formula for spiritual renewal. Now, the recitation, here, it's recited usually during the Friday evening service. Here on the ear and the irit, the Kabbalat Shabbat. So Kabbalat Shabbat, bring that right there. Kabbalat Shabbat means welcoming, right? Kabbalat. So what is Kabbalah? Kabbalah means to welcome, to receive. Everybody talk the Kabbalah is this, the Kabbalah is that, but what does the word mean? The Chaverim. So Kabbal, to receive, to welcome, like if one communicated information to me, right, and they wanted to know whether I got it, I could respond in Hebrew, kibalti, I've received it, to receive, like message received. So Kabbalat is the welcoming or reception of, welcoming, reception of the Shabbat. Now, by some Yehudi communities, also in the Shacharit, Shachar is like the dawning, the shacharit, like the morning, the dawning service. And also as part of the bedtime, going to bed, the Shema. So often before going to bed or laying down, Torah observant, Yehudi, Judahites, and even many of I, we the black Jews might say the Shema, Shema Yisrael, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Echad. Or during the Omer, right? The Omer here, I think that this might be referring to the counting, Sifrat, the counting of the Omer, right? As well, right? But here, the mystical significance. This is just a short kind of overview. So Yehudi, Judahite, and tribe of Judah mystics, they view Ana Bekoach as a spiritual source code, right? As a spiritual source code of creation, and some say a powerful prayer, right? In the tribe, we share this right here on the ear, on the TJIF, 42 letter name of Elohim. There's said to be a 42 letter name of Elohim. Now, the acronym of the poem, right, is said to be a 42-letter name of Elohim, of God. The structure, now the 42 also occurs very much here in some reason. We can reason on the 42, right? But the structure, right? The prayer is composed of 7 sentences, each with 6 words, and is believed to correspond to the 7 days of creation. Therefore, the traditional chanting of it on the Friday evening, prepping for the Shabbat day, the 7th day, and also the Shabbat, intimately connected with creation, right? 7, some say 7 specific angels or messengers in a particular heavenly body. Now, according to some of the so-called Kabbalistic interpretations, the Kabbalists, they believe that meditating on the Ana B'Koach takes us back in time to creation, the time of creation, and allows us to tap into the original uncorrupted energy that built the world. Part of what is known to Torah observant ones and ones that are in the know, our job, is to renew, like repair the world, or to repair the breach, right? Basically, another way of really bringing out the true sense of the gospel, right? To repair something was broke. We know that our Lord and Savior, the King of Kings, Christ Yeshua HaMoshiach, repaired that breach right there. But here, the content, the prayer asks Elohim's strength to set the captive free, right? That resonates with many of I and I. Asking Elohim, asking Yahweh, asking Yah, asking Jah for Jah's strength, Yahweh's strength, to set the captive free, to accept. Also, the content calls for the acceptance of the people's tefillah, the people's prayer. The prayer here, Ana B'Koach, asks to strengthen and to cleanse them, to purge us, strengthen and cleanse them and cleanse us, and to guard them and to guard us, in the words of the Ana B'Koach, it's actually based on many like words of power from the Hebrew scriptures, many quotes and phrases, right? To strengthen us, to cleanse us, and to guard us, right, as the apple of the eye. So the Ana B'Koach, right? So that's what we're about to ride up with right here. Let's see if we can do this right here, right? And get a simple form of it where you can see some of the basic words and follow along. Let me see right here. Okay, this is pretty clear right here. Let's see if we can get this. Okay, yeah, this is good. So you can see some of the words. Let's clear that. Okay, so right here, we'll try to scroll it up as we go through it right here. The Ana B'Koach. Ana B'Koach. Here. Shema Yisrael. Awo.
Ana B'Koach Gedulata Yemineka Tatira Zerura. O Lord, we beseech thee to loosen with the greatness of thy powerful right hand those that are bound in captivity. Aver arina ta'ameka sagarenu tahirenu nora. Accept the cry of thy people, exalt and purify I and I, O thou who art tremendous. Na givor dorsheya Yehudeka Gvavata Shamrei. O most powerful God, we beseech thee to preserve as an apple of the eye those that seek thee, who art God alone. Barakema Tahirema Rachemea Sidkateka Tamida Gamle. Bless and purify them, and continually requite them according to thy merciful, righteous. Chasina Kadosha Barova Tuveka Nachela Edateka. O thou who art most mighty and holy, guide thy congregate, thy aggregate people in thine abundant goodness. Yachida ge'eh li'ameka b'nei zochre kedushateka. Thou who art God alone, and most excellent, regard thy people, and who continually make mention of thy holiness, of thy set apartness. Shawatenu kabel ushmaz aikaten yode ta'elmot. Accept our prayers and hearken to our I cries. O thou to whom all secrets are known. Baruch Hashem Kavoda Malkuto Le'olam Oed. Blessed be the name of the glory of his kingdom, forever, for ever and ever and ever.
Amen, amen. So right here, going to the Leka do di, sabbatical chant, Leka do di. Come, my friend, come, my beloved, to welcome, to meet and greet the Shabbat. Right, Leka do di. Here. Let's see if we can bring this up. Yeah, Leka do di. Shema Yisrael. Here, Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam. Here's Leka do di.
Lecha dodi likarati kala b'nei Shabbati nikabela. Lecha dodi likarata kala b'nei Shabbata nikabela. Come, my friend, my lover, to meet the bride, to welcome HaShabbat, referred to as the bride. Lecha dodi likarati kala b'nei Shabbati nikabela. We, I and I, will welcome HaShabbat, welcome the Sabbath. Come, my friend, to meet the bride. Make I and I welcome the presence of the Sabbath. Lecha dodi likarati kala b'nei Shabbati nikabela. Shamor ve'zakora b'dibur echad. Hishmi'anu el hamayuchad. Yeh echad u'shmo echad. Yahweh echad u'shmo echad. Adonai echad u'shmo echad. Observe and remember the Sabbath day. The only air true God cause I and I to hear in a single utterance. Shamor ve'zakor b'dibur echad. Observe and remember. Shamor, observe ve'zakor, and remember the Sabbath day. B'dibur echad. B'dibur echad. Guard and remember in a single utterance. Make I and I hear the special kind. Hishmi'anu el hamayuchad. Hishmi'anu the only air, true good, true God, cause I and I to hear in a single utterance. We have here in the Seder, in the Siddur, Yihya, for Jaja in the Seder. Jaja Echad, Ushmo Echad. Jaja is the one, his name is one. L'Shema Ula Tifa Ereta, Litahila, to his renown and his glory and his praise. Lekadodi, likrati kala, b'nei shavati nekavala, shamor v'zakor b'dibur echad, hishmi'anu el ham yuchad. Ya, Jaja echad, Adonai echad, u'shmo echad, l'shem u'latifa ereta ve'litahila. Lekadodi, likrati kala, b'nei shabbatia nikavala. Likrat Shabbat Leku we nelaka Hiya mekor habraka meya rosh mik adam ne suka sofa ma'ise de macheshava techila. Come, make I and I go to meet the Sabbath, for it is a wellspring of baraka, of blessing, likrata shabbata, lekua we nelka, kia hiya mikora habraka. From the beginning, from of old, it was ordained. Me rosh mik adam ne sukkah. Last in production, first in thought. Sofa ma'aseh bi'machshava techila. Lekadodi, likrati kala, b'nei shabati nikavala,
Six days shalt thou labor, and the seventh day take thy rest. And although now we are mature, we were like little sucklings on the breast. 6 days shalt thou labor, and the seventh day take thy rest. And although now we are mature, we were like little sucklings on the breast. So 6 days shalt thou labor, and the seventh day take thy rest. And although now we are mature, we were like little sucklings on the breast.
We can rely on the working of the conquering lion. Most tighter, you're the only one we can rely on.
Lion of Judah shall break every chain.
Send Salam, Shabbat Shalom. A song for days of resting inside your home. Send Salam, Shabbat Shalom.
Psalm 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord, and to sing praises unto thy name, O Most High, to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning, and thy faithfulness every night, upon an instrument of 10 strings, and upon the psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. For thou, Lord, hast made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Lord, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Lord, art most high forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, O Lord, for lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt like the horn of an unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see my desire on mine enemies, and mine ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness, 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 unrighteousness.
Yes, Shabbat Shalom, Semet Salam, Psalm 92 right there. Psalm 92 is a psalm for the Sabbath day. So after the Kabbalat Shabbat, after the 6 Psalms, Psalm 95 to 99 plus 29, then rising up the chant of the Sabbath Psalm, Psalm 92, and then we seal up right here, the Kabbalat Shabbat portion here with Psalm 93, which is the Friday evening psalm right here, Shema Yisrael. Aho. Aho.
Psalm 93. The Lord reigneth, he is clothed with majesty. The Lord is clothed with strength, wherewith he hath girded himself. The world also is established, that it cannot be moved. Thy throne is established of old, thou art from everlasting. The floods have lifted up, O Lord, the floods have lifted up their voice, the floods lift up their waves. The Lord on high is mightier than the noise of many waters, yea, than the mighty waves of the sea. Thy testimonies are very sure. Holiness becometh thine house, O Lord, forever, forever,
מזמור צדק אדוני מלאך גאות לבש, לבש אדוני עוז התעזר, אף תיכון תבל בל תימות. נכון כסאך מאז, מעולם אתה. נעשאו נהרות אדוני, נעשאו נהרות קולם, יישאו נהרות דוחיים. מקולות מים רבים, אדירים משברי ים, אדיר במרום אדוני. עדותיך נאמנו מאוד, לביתך נאווה קודש, אדוני לאורך ימים.
Psalm 93. The Lord reigneth, he is clothed with majesty. The Lord is clothed with strength, wherewith he hath girded himself. The world also is established, that it cannot be moved. Thy throne is established of old, thou art from everlasting. The floods have lifted up, O Lord, the floods have lifted up their voice, the floods lift up their waves. The Lord on high is mightier than the noise of many waters, yea, than the mighty waves of the sea. Thy testimonies are very sure. Holiness becometh thine house, O Lord, forever, 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 forever,
מזמור צדק אדוני מלאך גאות לבש, לבש אדוני עוז התעזר, אף תיכון תבל בל תימות. נכון כסאך מאז, מעולם אתה. נעשאו נהרות אדוני, נעשאו נהרות קולם, יישאו נהרות דוחיים. מקולות מים רבים, אדירים משברי ים, אדיר במרום אדוני. עדותיך נאמנו מאוד, לביתך נאווה קודש, אדוני לאורך ימים.
Jah Rastafari.
Jump! Rastafari. Jump! Rastafari. Jump! Rastafari.
Friday. Yay, 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 yay.
Holy Emmanuel, King Selassie, Jah Rastafari. Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam, Ixabir, Yamasagan. Sabbatical greetings, Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord and sing praises unto thy name, O Most High. To show forth loving kindness in the rising and faithfulness every night. Upon the instruments of 10 strings, upon the harp, Nayabingi. The Lord has made me glad through thy works, Selah. Today is the Sabbath day. Open a book of Psalms and chase the devil right away. Remember the Sabbath day. Give thanks and praises unto his holy name. Today is the Sabbath day. Affirm your agitation, fast and pray. Today is the Sabbath day. I shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, and everything I do will surely prosper. The wicked are not so, like the chaff that driveth away. I know the world has gotten you down, and you've been wearing that old frown. Restore, renew, rejuvenate, repatriate, and straighten your whole crown. Render your heart and not your garments, and lift up your everlasting gates, and the King of glory out in. Who Jah bless, no man curse. The frankincense and myrrh were burning. Chopping up iron, I kali, weave with iron, I drink them. Taking a sip of life from the chalawa. He gives you strength and power. His mercy endureth forever. Highly I was crowned in Addis Ababa. So let the oil come down my locks and the skirts of my man garments. As I do, I sent from Hermon unto holy Mount Sinai. The Most High Jah Rastafari commanded this blessing. Today is a Sabbath day. Open a book of Proverbs, chase the devil right away. Remember the Sabbath day. Give thanks and praises unto his holy name. Today is a Sabbath day. Affirm your agitation, fast and pray. Today is a Sabbath day. I shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water. Remember the sabbatical order and keep it holy. 6 days you will labor. Let's rejoice, celebrate and declare it. It was the last day for the Most High, the first day for I and I. The righteous shall flourish like a palm tree in the courts of the Lord. Come in, my little ones, come in, my pretty ones, come into my Father's house. Why oh, come in, my little ones, come in, my pretty ones, come into my Father's house. My Father's house, it is built on love. My Father's house, it is built on love. His foundation is in the holy mountains, the Most High Jah Rastafari of the gates of Zion, and all the dwellings of Jacob. Today is the Sabbath day. Open the book of his majesty, chase the devil right away. Remember the Sabbath day. Give thanks and praises unto his holy name. Kalamawi.
Haile Selassie. Yes, I. Give thanks, Sabbath day right there, Ross Moses right there. Give thanks right there. Sabbath day, Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Salam. Here, today's daily psalm, one of the longest psalm. Love to go through the full. What is it, 176 verses? Right? It's based on the Hebrew Aleph Beit. Not to bring it up. Well, yeah, bring it up. Because we'd like to share a couple of other items right here. But yeah, today's daily psalm, Torah is themed. Psalm 119, the longest psalm, Torah. The Torah way of life is themed on the Torah, today's daily psalm. It's a good study. It's arranged according to the Hebrew alphabet. So every 8 verses, it begins off with a respective letter in order of the Hebrew Aleph Beit, the alphabet. So if there's 22 letters, then 8 times 22, that thing that should be 176 if the math is right, if the math is mathing. But right here, I'd like to touch on a couple other items right here. We have the Shema right here. So let's bring this up right here. Okay, so the Shema, you see the Shema and its vertical and its blessings. The Shema and its blessings. So like after that last psalm right there, you see Psalm 93. This is a Siddur here, like Siddur, like a prayer book, like a digital version of a prayer book called the Siddur right here. So Psalm 93, as we just had Psalm 93, right? Concluded with Psalm 93, speaking about the purpose of creation. Psalm 93, it concludes the Kabbalat Shabbat, welcoming the Sabbath service, by retelling the ancient tale of creation. Unlike the first creation of Genesis that was destroyed by a great flood, Psalm 93, it affirms that Elohim created the world with order and meaning, even though the natural world may appear chaotic. The feeling of certainty and purpose amidst the roar of the rivers, the waters, the floods, may be the feeling authors of Kabbalat Shabbat perhaps were seeking to evoke. Now, that Shabbat coming to the eve, Shabbat evening and morning is one day, so technically we're in the time period of the Shabbat, but the word says the Shabbat day. So evening and morning is one day. So waiting for like the day, when the sunlight shine. Yeah, but prepping in the eve, right? So we are called upon to appreciate love rather than to do. So the Sabbath observation is more to, as we say, appreciate love. Some say appreciate, but sometimes saying appreciate sounds like hate. So some of I and I as Rastafari would say, appreciate love, right? To love and, to observe and observe his creation. In fact, we don't have that tune up there. Dennis, the Prince of Reggae Brown. What was that creation tune right there? Like to observe the trees, observe creation, rest and refresh. So in a world of instability, question here, what is stable for me? Something to meditate on in the world of instability, right? What is stable for me? What is stable for I? What is stable? What is firm, right? For I and I. What is stable for I and I in this world of instability? Even in the midst of the chaos, some things, they remain constant. And those things can be a source of comfort for I. Those things that remain ever faithful, ever sure, observing his creation, even the iration of the blameless creator. Now, right here, we had an audible of this, but like to touch on this right here. So that's just the service. The Kabbalah Shabbat is just like the service of welcoming the Shabbat. Usually, traditionally, sometimes, before, the sunlight down, or towards the evening time. So by the time the evening time comes in, sometimes there's an evening worship, the Shema, and it's Barakot, and it's Baraka. Shema, right? Barakot. This is Barakot, Yah. The Shema and the blessings of Yah. That's what the Hebrew says there. Interesting, right? It says the Shema and its blessings up there, But down here, it seems to say, or viberakot, or uberakot, shema, uberakot yah, the Shema and the blessings of Yah. So right here, what is the Shema? Shema, right? So the Shema, we pick up with the Shema in not Numbers, but in Deuteronomy, Deuteronomy 6 and 4. 6 and 4. So just to give a little overview, right, of the Shema. And this is usually the Sabbath Eve Shema. And it's very interesting. Let's see if we can find a translation down here. Okay. Praiseworthy or blessed are you, right? Blessed be thee, O Yahweh, sovereign of the universe, Melech Olam, eternal king, whose word brings on the evening. With wisdom, you open heaven's gates. With understanding, you make the ages pass and seasons alternate, and order the stars on their appointed paths through heaven's firmament, all according to your will. Creator of day and night, who rolls light away from darkness and darkness from light, who causes day to pass and brings on the night, separating between day and night. Adonai, Yahweh, who commands the host of heaven. May the living and eternal Elohim, God, Creator, rule us always to the end of time. We praise thee, O Yahweh, whose word makes evening fall. You know, some of these modern translations, I get it. Sometimes they are much better because they're more accurate to the Hebrew, but sometimes, the modern translations it's a little very much freestyle. But right here, before we get into that aspect right here, right, before touching on today's daily psalm, let's just touch on the baraka right here. This is like the blessing, right, both at the Shabbat time and at other times. Barku et Yahweh ham borak. Others would say Barku et Adonai ham borak, or Barku et Adonai ham vorak. Blessed, they say praise, but blessed, empowered to prosper, right? Empowered to prosper is Yahweh, is Adonai, who is to be blessed. Actually, it's blessed is Adonai, who is to be blessed. But there's this whole reasoning about blessed, the word barak, right? Because there's a principle even in the New Testament that says that the lesser is blessed by the better. So some will say, well, how can we, being the lesser, how can we bless he who he be? It's an interesting reasoning, but not to bore you on that. Others would basically say, well, the sense of how do we bless? Well, we bless by praising him, right? Some will say we bless by praising him. So here where it says Barku, is like saying bless y'all or prosper. Prosper he who he be. How do we prosper Yahweh, who created heaven and earth and all that is therein? Right? We prosper, we bless his cause, right? His way, right? That which conforms to his will, by doing his will and doing and walking his way, right? Doing that work, even in establishing the kingdom, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth or in earth. Who's to do that work in earth? Well, we who are praying the Our Father prayer, of course. But some want to run away and run off to heaven before even attempting to do the work down here. But then the Our Father prayer points out the hypocrisy. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth. So, Barku et Adonai ham borak, right? Blessed be Adonai, blessed be Yahweh, ham borak. Ham borak is to say the one who is blessed, right? So prosper he who he be, prosper Yahweh, right? To prosper y'all, Barku. Bless y'all, Barku. Prosper y'all, Barku. Right? Et Yahweh, he who he be, ham borak. That's what the leader or the one who is calling out, right? In the priestical sense, in the priestly sense. And then the congregation responser would say Baruch, Adonai, ham borak le olam waed. Baruch. Baruch now is to say he is prospered, he is blessed. Baruch. So Baruch is a command. Baruch, the U at the end. Baruch, speaking to like you all, right? Like hallelujah, hallelujah. When we say hallelujah, right? Hallelujah is a command to all of you to praise, right? Or to boast. Hallelujah. Praise, boast, Yah, the Savior of Israel. Here we say Baruch. All of you are to bless or to prosper, to bless. Baruch et there, Aleph Tav in the Hebrew is a direct object marker. Some see in the Aleph Tau, right? The Aleph Tau. Let's zoom in right there. You see right there, the Aleph Tau. Let's see if we can, in these two letters, right? Let's see if we can zoom this over. There we go. There we go. Some see in these two letters right there, Aleph Tau, the Alpha and Omega, because, or the first and the last. These, it is true. These two letters comprise the first and last letters of the Hebrew alphabet, right? Here pointed as et. Et in the Hebrew is a direct object marker. So Baruch is the verb. Is the verb, right? Baruch is a command, like bless y'all, prosper y'all, right? Or even in a sense, kneel, right? Baruch, right? Et, bless y'all what? Bless y'all who? So the et is a direct object marker, right, in regular Hebrew speech. But yes, the two letters is the first and last letters of the Hebrew alphabet. And yes, in a Hebraic sense, Alpha and Omega would be the et, right? The at, the et, right? The aleph, first letter of the Hebrew alphabet, and tau. Aleph and tav, ha aleph, ha tau, right? First and last letters. But in the use of the grammar of Hebrew, right, it's an object marker. You can see it throughout the biblical Hebrew, so when a verb is presented, right, there must be an object of the verb. You know what I mean? So Baruch. If I say just bless y'all, you'd be like, bless y'all what? Bless y'all, huh? So there has to be an object. So et points to the object. After the et is that which the verb is pointing to. So Baruch et Yahweh. Here they have the Yihya. I think in the audible I said Jaja, because it's kind of interesting as a way of how can I say, as a way of keeping holy the name by in some Yehudi and some ancient and even modern tradition. In some other writings, sometimes the name is not fully spelt out. Instead, it is abbreviated by a double yod, a double yod. So you see this right here. Let's see if we can highlight this right here, right there. You see that right there was highlighted? That's the double yod, right? Yod. So in regular pointing, it would be either Yah, right? Which in translation is similar to what the Rastaman say when they say Jaja. So we thought that was kind of interesting there. But usually that would not be said as Jaja or pointed here as Yihya. There it's pointed as Yihya. Instead, what would be said would be Adonai, right? Generally speaking, or some Yehudi would say Hashem. Hashem means the name. But we like to keep it as it was. If it's Yahweh there, then we say Yahweh there. But others, if others choose, right? So be. Baruch et Yahweh Hamborak. Responsa, Baruch Yahweh Hamborak. So when the presenter or the leader, the Menatzia, the chief musician, the presenter, would say Baruch, the leader, the chanter, the cantor, Baruch et Adonai Hamborak. Our response is Baruch Adonai, Baruch Yahweh, Baruch Adonai Hamboraka Le'olama Wa'ed. Now, one thing I could say about the name, sometimes like if we're teaching, right, and we have to go over it many times and repeat, sometimes we will, have deference because even as it says in the words of the command, not to take his name in vain. You know what I mean? So we might just say Adonai or Hashem, not to keep repeating his name over and over, Yes. So right here, this is like the opening part, and here to the more of the full of the Shema. Let's share this here, Queen Makeda. Right here we have Here we're going to first share it in the Hebrew, Queen Makeda, in the Ivrit, the Hebrew, featuring Melchizedek, Malchizedek, and then we'll share it in the KJV so you can hear the full of what is known as the Shema. I know most ones know the first verse, Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4, Shema Yisrael, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Echad. But here, Shema Yisrael.
והיו הדברים האלה אשר אנוכי מצווך היום על לבביך ושיננתם לבניך ודיברת בם בשבתך בביתך ולכתך בדרך ושכבך ובקומך וכתבת מאוד על ידיך והיו לטוטפות בין עיניך וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובשעריך.
Stranger in a land that is not theirs, and they shall enslave and oppress them for 400 years, in the fourth and in the last generation. Yes, you shall journey into captivity a second time in ships, because you have rejected his instructions.
Yes. So here, full of the Shema. So what is known as the Shema, based on the main word. Let me bring this up. I want to bring this on the screen. Give me one moment. Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4. There we go, right there. Here we go. So here we have the Shema. Shema from Shama. Shema Yisrael. So this is the verse right here. Part that she was reciting right there was Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4. This is the key phrase right here, known as the Shema. Shema Yisrael, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Echad. Right? Hear, O Israel. Hear and obey. Hear and obey. From the Shama. Shama'a means to hear and to obey. And as a command, Shema. So Shama, he heard. Shema, you, male, hear. Shema, Yisrael. Yahweh Eloheinu, he who be, our Elohim. Yahweh, he who be, Echad. Echad is the one, right? He who be. Then it goes on in verse 5, and thou shalt love Yahweh Eloheka with all thine heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might. Interesting word here, might is me'od. Me'od means much or very. You remember in the beginning, on the sixth day, after he saw all he created and man, the human being, male and female, he said that it was tov me'od. He said it was very good. Tov, good, me'od. So me'od is like very. It means very, right? Me'odeka, all of your muchness, right? So actually the sense of when it says with all thy might, with all your muchness, right? All your veryness. It's an interesting concept. And these words that I command thee this day shall be in thine heart, in thy mind. To verse 7, and thou shalt teach them diligently to thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. Right? So the word teach, shinantam is an interesting word too, because in the Hebrew, the word teach, where it says teach them diligently, shinantem, right, means like to sharpen, like you whet a sword, right, to be well sharp, to be whet the sword. There's other words for teach, but this particular word to teach means like to point, to inculcate, for the lesson to pierce, for it to be sharp, or even like you sharpening a sword. right? You're whetting a sword. Interesting sense right there. Teach, to whet, or to sharpen in that sense. Then to verse 8, right? And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thy hand, and they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes. And then we complete the Shema section, right? The full Shema here from Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4, right? From verse 4 to verse 9 is the full Shema. And thou shalt write them upon the posts of thy house and on thy gates. Shall write them on your mezuzot, the mezuzot, your doorposts, and on sha'areka, and on your gates. So this is the full right here, the Shema. Right? Get to learn it, Chaverim. Kano often we say Shema Yisrael, Shema Yisrael. But remember, Shema, many would tell you means hear. But as you study the Hebrew, biblical Hebrew, and the spirit of the Hebrew, yes, it means to hear, but it means to hear with an implication to obey, right? Almost like to hear and to obey. So Queen Makeda, Malka Makeda, she chanted, like recited in the Hebrew, the full from Deuteronomy chapter 6, right? Verse 4 to verse 9. One more time, just one more time here. Shema Yisrael.
Because you have rejected his instructions.
So right there on the screen, I was highlighting the verses as she was chanting it and reciting it. I was highlighting the verses right there. But Queen Makeda, she has biblical Hebrew and also modern Hebrew classes are available. We're sharing some of that right there. So if one's like to get that link, you can reach out, please do, as well as I think some Tehillim, the biblical Psalms classes, as well for the Chaverim right there. They're there. So here, full of this is the groundation right here, Deuteronomy chapter 6, verses 4 to 9, Deuteronomy chapter 11, verses 13 to 21, as well as what do we have right here, as well as Numbers. Let's go over here. Numbers chapter 15, verses 37 to 41. Right? Numbers chapter 15, verses 37 to 41. Shema Yisrael. Hear this. Oh.
Yes, sir.
Hear, O Israel, 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 Israel.
Shema Yisrael.
The Lord our God,
Adonai Eloheinu,
is one Lord.
Adonai Echad, 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 Adonai Echad.
And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thine heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might. might. And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart. And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand, and they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes. And thou shalt write them upon the posts of thy house, and on thy gates, my 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 gates. And it shall come to pass, if ye shall hearken diligently unto my commandments which I command you this day, to love the Lord your God, and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, that I will give you the rain of your land in his due season, the first rain and the latter rain, that thou mayest gather in thy corn, and thy wine, and thine oil. And I will send grass in thy fields for thy cattle, that thou mayest eat and be full. Take heed to yourselves, that your heart be not deceived, and ye turn aside and serve other gods and worship them. And then the Lord's wrath be kindled against you, and he shut up the heaven, that there be no rain, and that the land yield not her fruit, and lest ye perish quickly from off the good land which the Lord giveth you. Therefore shall ye lay up these my words in your heart and in your soul, and bind them for a sign upon your hand, that they may be as frontlets between your eyes. And ye shall teach them your children, speaking of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt write them on the doorposts of thine house, and upon thy gates, that your days may be multiplied, and the days of your children, in the land which the Lord sware unto your fathers to give them, as the days of heaven upon the earth, 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 upon the earth. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and bid them that they make them fringes in the borders of their garments throughout their generations, and that they put upon the fringe of the borders a riband of blue. And it shall be unto you for a fringe, that ye may look upon it, and remember all the commandments of the Lord, and do them. And that ye seek not after your own heart and your own eyes, after which ye used to go a-whoring, that ye may remember and do all my commands, and be holy unto your God. I am the Lord your God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your God. I am the Lord your God.
God is watching you.
Lion of Judah Society. Yes. So here, just a little bit more right here. I know we have this psalm here. Gonna just get a good groundation. I would definitely recommend one to study Psalm 119. Psalm 119, its theme is the Torah, right? The Torah being Yah's way of life, and also the Hebrew, the Hebrew as well. Since from Psalm 119, we have the basic letters of the Hebrew alphabet, right? So right there, one can get the 22. You know what I mean? This is the basic of the 22. Become familiar with it. Practice, of course, makes perfect. But here, just a little bit more on the Shema. So what I actually had did right there, we should have went into this actually first. So you see the Shema here, Shema and its blessing. No, let's bring it on the screen. There we go. So here we have the Shema and its blessing, Shema Yisrael, right? The creation, right? Part right there. And then I went through this translation right here, and then revelation part, right? Right here, or the Ahavat, with everlasting love. Then as you scroll down here, we have the second part of the Shema, right? So basically after the Kabbalat Shabbat, right? After the Kabbalat Shabbat, take it all the way back up here. So after the Kabbalat Shabbat, say roughly 18, 20 minutes, 20 minutes. It takes about roughly 20 minutes to go through the Kabbalat Shabbat. You know what I mean? The welcoming of the Sabbath, maybe a half an hour, but within the space of anywhere from 18 minutes to half an hour before the sunlight down, right? Ones and ones would gather, chant the Psalms, right? And then as it comes to the evening time when the Shabbat is more fully full, then would rise up the evening service. This is part of the evening service for Sabbaths as well as festivals. So the first part of the reader, I have actually my old copy right here. So some of the translation, it's okay, but I like to just bring this out right here, where it says, bless y'all the Lord. Bless y'all Adonai. Bless y'all Yahweh, who is to be blessed. Barku et Yahweh. Hamborak, the reader, right? The presenter, the reader. The congregation and the reader would then reply, right? Baruch Adonai Hamborak le'olam wa'ed. Baruch, blessed is Yahweh. Blessed be Adonai Hamborak, the blessed one, right? Le'olam, forever wa'ed. Forever and ever, for time indefinite and onward. So over here it says the Shema and its barakot. So the Shema here, obey, O Israel, and its barakot and its blessings. Let's see if we can bring this up as close to where you can see what we're reading right over here. So the Shema and its barakot. The Shema here, O Israel, barakot, the blessings. It's a unit of prayers, tefillot, that is introduced. It's introduced by the Barku. There they have it as Barhu. Some would enunciate Barku as Barhu, a kind of a soft K. Barhu, Barku, Bareku, Barku, right? And then followed by two Barkot, two blessings, before the Shema, and one baraka, one blessing after the Shema. What are these? These are known as the Ma'arib Arabim. Ma'arib Arabim. It's interesting right here. Ma'arib Arabim, focusing on creation. We'll break down this. The Ahabat Olam. Ahabat, love of Olam, love of forever. To say like forever love. This is the revelation part, forever love, right? The Shema and the We'ahavta or We'ahabta and thou shalt love. That's the part there that we just had from Deuteronomy chapter, the Shema, Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 5, where it says, and thou shalt love the Lord thy God. You remember that part right there? And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart. It begins off in the Hebrew with Ve'ahavta. Modern Hebrew, ve'ahavta. Ve'ahavta, and ahavta, and the I male shall love. And then we have the mi kamoka. Mi hu kamoka. Who is like you? So the one that reads, who is like to thee? Who is like to thee? Right? Who is like to thee? These are just different units, of praise and prayer. We have the themes, right? The themes of creation, revelation, and redemption that occur throughout the Judahite, right, practice. These prayers, they remind I and I that Elohim is the force for order and meaning in life, the inspiration of the ages in the giving of the Torah to the Israelite people and the Judahite, the tribe of Judah people, and the hope for a perfect world based upon the prophetic vision that we have in the prophets of justice and peace. Now the Barku, 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 Barku. These words were used by the Israelites, the Bnei Yisrael, as an ancient call and response, both for prayer and war. And if we go through the scripture, we can show citation of that. So the words Barku, that actually opens up, right? Opens up, we could say, the praise section, the evening service section. Bless y'all, right? The Lord who is to be blessed. Barku et Yahweh Hambarak. So the words Barku, bless y'all. It's like the phrase hallelujah, hallelujah. Hallelujah is a command, and the object of the command, Yah. Hallelujah. Here, Barku et Yahweh Hamborak. Yahweh, who he be? He be Hamborak. He be the one empowered, to prosper, or the blessed one. So the words Barku, right? Barku, these words were used by the Israelites, the ancient Israelites, as an ancient call and response to prayer and war. The congregational response to the Barku is called, in later day theology, even among the Christians, is called doxology, what they call doxology. And doxology comes from the Greek word doxa, right? Doxa meaning glory, right? Doxa. Also, dox and doxa can mean like opinion too, praise and opinion. It's an interesting word, but doxology. The prayer leader, right, and then the congregation at this particular point would bend the knee and bow at the word barku. So as we was mentioned before with the word barku, right, the word barku, the word for bless, it actually is related to the word for knee, right? The word barku, right? Barku, the Hebrew word for bless. And then we have the root of that word, beit, resh, kaf, B, R, and K, right? Bless, right? Is the same word, right? Is the same letters as for the Hebrew word for knee. So we have the Barak, he blessed, to bless, Barak, and we have Berek, Berek is knee, Berek the knee, right? And Barak, right, to bless. So there's an interesting connection between the word, let's lift that up right there. There's an interesting connection between the words to bless and the word for knee. Let's see if we can do this right here. Here. I actually had this verse here because this was the second part of the Shema, right, from Deuteronomy chapter 11, where it says that if we do these things, then our days will be multiplied in the days of our children, right, in the land that Yahweh swore to our fathers, our ancestors, our patriarchs, to give them. Notice the last part, it says, as the days of heaven upon the earth. Whenever I hear that, it reminds me of what they call the Lord's Prayer, right? Thy kingdom come, right? Thy will be done, right? In earth, right? As it is in heaven. So here, just to bring this up one time so you can see this. So you see the word Barak, right? Barak. Barak in the Hebrew means he blessed, or it can also connotative mean he kneeled. Barak, right? But in the spirit of the Hebrew, the sense of Barak is like an empowerment to prosper, to be prospered or empowerment to prosper. Has a kind of a sense of to increase. But be that as it may, we have the word barak. So this is just to bring this part out here from a primitive root, barek to kneel. The implication, by implication, to bless, right, Elohim, as an act of adoration. Now, here's a good sabbatical meditation. If the word barak, right, barak in the Hebrew, both has a meaning that relates to bless, as you say, bless, and the word knee, and to kneel, and the word for knee, right, same letters, but a different spirit, right? When I say different spirit, different vowel, it's a different vowel pointing. That's the difference of spirit. So those who argue with the Paleo Hebrew, they have a good argument just on the letter of the law. But now let's get to the spirit. Right? So by implication, if it's to bless God, an act of adoration to kneel, like to kneel to God, here's the question. How does God bless man? Think about it for a moment. You know what I'm saying? You know, if to bless, right, is to kneel, right? You know, it's to kneel. So we kneel to God, to Elohim, to Yahweh Elohim, he blesses us. We humble, we bend the knee. The idea, the spirit of that, we humble, right? He blesses us. What does it mean for him to bless us? Right? Is it bowing the heavens, bowing the heavens, bowing the heavens and coming down? And vice versa, right? Man as a benefit. Now, you see over there where it says there's euphemism to curse God. Well, actually, if I recall correctly, Job's wife said, "Bless God and die." Right. So it wasn't that she said, you know, she said let me bring this out right here, right? She said, I think people often say it's curse, right? Curse God, right? And die, right? Well, let's go over here, right? Let's go down here. Let's go over here just to prove it, right? Let's go Samuel. All right, things right around here, right? Let's see, where's Job, right? And Job, right? Right? You see right there? You say curse, right? Look at that. You see the word curse? You see the word curse, right? It says curse, right? Job 2:9. Then said his wife to him, "Dost thou still retain thy integrity?" Now, notice the translation. It says, "Curse God and die." Now, so many people have preached on that so much, but this is why the word says, "Study to show yourself approved, right, to God as a workman that need not be ashamed." Because, you know, if we are the ministers of God and we're saying, yes, she cursed God, and that's what it says in the word. Okay, well, if you just read the Bible, you might get that idea. But, you know, we have to study to show ourselves approved. So the word there is not curse, right? Not in that sense. It wasn't the sense of the curse is the spirit of the sense, the idea. If you read in the Hebrew, the sense, the irony of how she said it. You know, it's like old time people, even, you know, like my moms and others. I used to hear one say, "I'll bless you out. I'll bless you out." I was like, why are you blessing? Why does it sound using the word bless, but it sounds like you're using it like a curse? That's the sense there. But literally, it's not curse, right? Literally, it is, you see right there, barak, right? It's the barak, right? Just to view a little bit more on this right here, let's go to the Hebrew right here. She says, Watomer lahu, and she said to him, Vatomer lo, right? Ishto, and his wife said to him, Watomer lo, Ishto, Odeka, ma chazik be tu mateka. Kalel. Now see here they have Kalel Elohim Wamut. So that's the HGPD. Sometimes that's actually from the Greek. That's actually taking the Greek version and rewriting it into the Hebrew. But let's go down here. Let's go to the Hebrew. So what has happened is because of the change, right? The change of sense. Some have tried to write back into the Hebrew. So it's like something gets translated into English and people get used to it in the English. And then some other people try to translate that back into the Hebrew. Wa tomer la wua ishtoa odeka machazika betumeka betumateka. She says right here, barek, right? She says, bareka Elohim, right? Wamut. right? Barek, bless Elohim, Wamut, Vamut, right? Vamut, right? Wamut, and die, mut, be muted on. Barek Elohim, Wamut. So I just want to bring that out right there, for one to kind of see that. Like over here, notice over here, you see over here? In Isaiah, the word curse is kalam, right? Kalam, right? So that's just to kind of show that right there, all right? Okay, so over here. So the same word for bless, as we just shown right here, is the same word for knee. So according to Trod, when this part is recited, the Barku et Yahuwah Hambarak, then the people respond, Baruch Yahuwah Hambarak, we olam Le Olam Wa'ed, right? And then at that part right there, it says the prayer leader and then the congregation bends the knee. So, like upon saying the word, Baruch, Baruch, that he is blessed, there's a kind of a bend of the knee and there's a bow, bending and bowing at the word, the Hebrew word, Baruch, Barak, right? Barku, bless y'all, Barku, right? He is blessed, Baruch. So at those words in the Hebrew, there's a slight bend of the knee and a slight bow, right? And one might observe that and say, well, why is that? Well, it's because in the Hebrew, the same word, the same letters, the B, R, and the K, right? Stand also for both for Barak, to bless, as well as to kneel, and the word for knee, Berek, right? Berek. Now, this part here is we wanted to share this before we ride up. The Ma'ariv Arabim. The Ma'ariv Arabim. This is the first of the two blessings before the Shema, right? So there's these two blessings before the Shema. In it, we recognize God Elohim as the creator of light and darkness, as the creator of the stars and the moon. We begin the official part of our tefillah, right, our prayer service, recognizing the wonders of the world around us. So here is a kind of a transcription kind of copy right here. It begins off right here. This is called Ma'arib, right? Arabim, right? Ma'arib Arabim, right? Here. Let me bring out the English part of it right here. Let's see. Let me go through here. Ma'arib Arabim. Okay. It's this part right there. There we go. The last part right there. So you see the last part of it where it says Baruch. Let me zoom in right here. It says Baruch to the title. Baruch Ata Adonai Ha-Ma'arib Arabim. Baruch, right? Baruch Ata Yahweh Ha-Ma'arib Arabim. The last part of this first blessing is, blessed art thou, O Adonai, O Yahweh, who bringest on the evening twilight. So the Ma'ariv Arabim means the bringer of the evening, the bringer of the evening, the bringer of the evening twilight, right? The bringer of the evening twilight, right? So here, just to kind of give you the English translation for right now, we can go through it a little bit more, just as an overview. So right here, where it begins off, Baruch Ata Yahweh Eloheinu melech haolam, Asher be Debaro Ma'arib Arabim, right? First part, blessed art thou, Lord our God, Yahweh Eloheinu, King of the universe, eternal King, Melech HaOlam, who at thy word or in thy word, Asher be Debaro, who at thy word or who in thy word bringest. You are the bringer. Who is Yahweh? He who be, who he be? He be the bringer. He be the bringer, the Ma'arib Arabim. He be the bringer of the Arabim, the evening twilight, the bringer of the evening twilight. Baruch Ata Yahweh Eloheinu melech haolam asher b'davaro Ma'arib Arabim. Next part. Be בחוכמה פותח שערים, ובתבונה משנה itim. It goes on to say, with wisdom, or in wisdom, bichokma, in wisdom openeth the gates of the heavens, and with understanding, changes the times, mishane itim, changing the times, ua machalifa etahazemanim, and making variation, right? Or machalif, varying what? Ha zemanim, and varying the zemanim, the zemins, the seasons, right? Varies the seasons. Going on, Ua misadir eta ha kokabim, Umisadira etahakokabim, and who arranges, the one who orders or arranges. And misadir, who he be the misadir etahakokabim. He be the arranger, the one who arranges the stars, the stars, the kokabim. Be misha mirotehem, in the stars in their watches, in their watches, ba rakia ka ritzono, who arranges the stars in their watches according to thy will, arranges the stars in their watches in the sky, actually in the firmament, the rakia, according to thy will, ka ritzono, according to your pleasure, according to your will, right? Just a little bit more right here, right here, this first blessing, Shabbat time blessing here. Then it goes on to say, right, thou createst, Yahweh Eloheinu, thou createst day, right? Thou createst day and night. Borei Yom Walayla. Bore is like the creator of day and night. Borei Yom Walayla. Borei Yom Valayla. Createst day and night. Thou rollest away the light before the darkness. Golel rolling away light, mipnei, from the face of Choshek, rolling away light from the face of darkness, right? And the darkness, the Choshek, from before the light. Where Chosheka mipnei or, and the Choshek and the darkness, me from Pnei, the face of, the presence of the light. You ever observe, like, day and night does seem to move like that, doesn't it? You know, when the nighttime, when the evening comes in, the night come in, it's like it was day, the light was bright, the sun was bright, it was shining, and it seems like it kind of rolls away, doesn't it? It rolls away. Golela ora mipenei choshek, with choshek mipenei or. Right there. Just look more right here. Thou makest the day to pass, and the night to approach. Ua ma'abir yom, the one who causes to pass, the one who causes to pass. Ua ma'abir yom, ua may be Lila, right? May be Lila, right? That makes the day to pass, and the who brings the night, and divideth the day from the night, and also who divideth the day from the night. Umabdil, the divider, Bain, between Yom, Ubain Lila, the one who divides between the day and between the night. Or Mabdil Bain Yom Ubain Laila, right? The Lord of hosts, Yahweh Tsebaot, is thy name. Yahweh Tsebaot Shemo. The Lord of hosts, Yahweh of armies, Yahweh of hosts is thy name. Yahweh, right there. Yahweh Tsebaot Shemo, a God, and El living, the living God and enduring continually. Living God and enduring continually. El Chai, the living God, right? El Chai, El God Almighty, Chai living, Wik Ayam. El Chai Vik Ayam, El Chai Wik Ayam, and enduring Ayam, like he's founded, he stands, he's founded, like enduring, right? Mayest thou thy reign over us, may thou reign over us forever and ever. Tamid Yimloka Aleinu. Tamid, continually, Tamid Yimlok. May he be king, may he rule as king. Tamid Yimlok Ale Anu. Ale upon, right? Anu upon us. Aleinu upon us. Tamid Yimloka Aleinu. And then here we get to this part here, the closing part, right? Where we also have part of the, you can say the name, of this prayer, the creation prayer, especially with the Shabbat time. Baruch Ata Yahweh Ha-Ma'arib Arabim Ha-Ma'arib Arabim Ha-Ma'arib Arabim. Blessed be thou, O he who be who he be. Baruch Ata Yahweh Ha-Ma'arib Arabim, who bringeth, right? The one who bringeth Ma'arib Arabim, who bringeth on the evening twilight. So this is a special part right here for the Shabbat, the Shabbat time right here. And just the second blessing, just for the Shabbat here, the second blessing right here, the second baraka right here. And this often is called the Ahavat Olam. In the ancient point, that's the modern point, Ahavat, where the B is the soft B, it sounds like a V, but actually it's Ahabat, Olam, right? Ahabat Olam is to say like eternal love, right? Ahabat in translation, Ahabat Olam, eternal love. This is the second of the two Barakot, blessings, empowerment to prosper, before the Shema, that's called the Ahabat Olam, meaning the great love. In it, Elohim, the creator, the judge, shows divine love, Ahabat Olam, showing divine love to us, to I and I, and reveals Elohim, the creator's essence, to Jah people, to the Israelite and the tribe of Judah people throughout, right, through the words of Torah. Elohim is portrayed here in this baraka as our teacher and as our private tutor. So Elohim Ha'am, the Elohim of Abraham, of Yitzhak and Yaakov, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, here in this baraka is portrayed as our teacher, Robenu, right? And as a private tutor who guides us in the ways of life, of liberty, through the stories and the narratives and that which is written in Ha-Torah, right? So here, what is the revelation? Then it goes into some reasonments there, but here, just to touch on this briefly here, the second one, the revelation, right? Under the title of Ahabat, love of Olam, forever love of forever love, right? To say like eternal love, right? So here, let me just push that up right here. Let's see if I can push this up. Let's see. I don't know where that generative summary came on, but be on there sometime. Okay, anyway. Okay, here. Here. With everlasting love, thou hast loved the house of Israel, the Beta Israel. With everlasting love. Ahabat Olam Beit Yisrael. Ahabat Olam Beit Yisrael. With eternal love, with everlasting love. Ahavat Olam, right? Ahavat Olam Beit Yisrael. With eternal love, thou hast loved the Beit Yisrael, the Beta Israel, right? Ameka, thy people, right? A law and commandments, right? A law and commandments, right? So, ahabata olam beit Yisrael ameka, ahabta, you have loved with love forever. Ohabat olam beit Yisrael, the beit of Israel ameka, right? Here. Torah, a Torah, u mitzvot, right? U mitzvot, right? Torah and mitzvot, and commandments, statutes and judgments, hukim u mishpatim, hast thou taught us, hast thou taught us. Otanu, right? Li madita. Otanu, us, right? Us, otanu, us. Lia madita. Lamed, to teach. Lamed, right? Therefore, Yahweh Lohenu, therefore he who he be, right? Our creator, right? When we lie down, and when we rise up, we will meditate on thy statutes, thy ordinance. All Cain, therefore, Yahweh Eloheinu, he who be our Elohim, be shakabenu, be shakabenu. When we shakab, when we lay down on our mishkab, on our beds, be shakabenu, u be kumenu. And when we kum, when we rise up, u be kumenu. When we lay down, when we rise up, right? Na siyach, behukeka. We will nasiyah. We will speak to ourselves, right? Siyah, right? We will converse with ourselves. We will meditate. The sense of we will meditate nasiyah, right? We will meditate be in hukeka, in thy statutes and in thy ordinances. Where and nismach, we will be happy, we will rejoice, right? Nismach, samach, nismach, with nismach, be dibrei, we will be happy in the words of Torateka, of thy Torah. With nismach, be divrei Torateka, we will be happy in the words of thy Torah, in the words of thy Torah. Yea, we will rejoice in the words of thy law, and in thy commandments, forever. U and be in mitzoteka, ube mitzoteka, and in the eyes mitzot, in the eyes commandments, li olam wa'ed, forever and going on, like to time indefinite and beyond, right? To time out of mind and beyond, li olam wa'ed, or forever and ever. For they are our life and the length of our days. For they are what? Our life. Ki, haim, for, because, ki, haim, they. Chayenu, they are our chai is life. Chayenu, they are the chai, the life of anu, us. Chayenu, right? Our life. Ki, haim, chayenu, we orek, Yameinu, and they are the length, orek, the length, longness, orek, Yameinu, of our yoms, our days, for they are our life and length of days, and I and I will meditate on them day and night. U bahem, and in them. U bahem, and in them. Ubahem nehige. We will haga, muse, meditate. Nehige, haga, higayon. Uabahema nehige, yomam, walayla. Days, yomam, wa and laila. Days and night. Right? And mayest thou never, ever, may thou never take away thy love from us, from I and I, with ahabateka and your male love, ve'ahavateka, with ahabateka, ala tasir, don't take away, mimenu, from anu, from us, li olamim, to the worlds without end, li olamim, right? Universally, to the worlds without end, right? Here, and then we close with the baraka right here at the end, right? Blessed art thou, the I, O Yahuwah, who lovest thy people, Yisrael. Baruch atah Yahuwah, Ohev Amo Yisrael. Baruch, bless, empowered to prosper, bless atah, the I, and none other, O he who be who he be. Blessed be the I, O he who be who he be. Ohev, the lover, the one who loveth. Ohev Amo, who loveth his people. Ohev Amo Yisrael, who loveth his people, Yisrael. Here. So just to bring that out right there, hopefully we can go through a little bit more of this right here, just to break down some of the parts, you know what I mean? Some of the parts of the way, you know what I mean? This is the way, you know? It says they worship that which they know not, but we know what we worship, for salvation is of the tribe of Judah. Yes.
Thank Jah Rastafari. Rastafari. Friday. Yay.
Here, Rastio. So Shabbat day, Shabbat Shalom. Stay tuned. More on Psalm 119. Just a touch. Shabbat day, Shabbat Shalom.
Jah watchful eyes is everywhere. To Sila the lion bring love and happiness. Rasta the lion is the most high me say. Bless the Sabbath day, and the Sabbath day is Saturday. Bless the Sabbath day, and the Sabbath day is Saturday. Come you children, moving car. Come you children, Rasta never gone. Make no delay, Jaja is here. More fire beam, rejoice and sing to me King. Bless the Sabbath day, cause the Sabbath day is Saturday. Bless the Sabbath day, cause the Sabbath day is Saturday. Look at the eastern sky, the morning meets the eye. Jah altar show I the way, King Selassie I did ponder. Jaja the judge, Jaja the jury, Jaja the fire, Jah the Sabbath day, Saturday. Bless the Sabbath day, and the Sabbath day, Saturday. Rasta Sata, Rastafari, Rasta Sata, burn up the chalwa. Come you children, obey the call. Come you children, avoid the fall. Pray and praises to all Jah days. Jah watchful eyes is everywhere. Bless the Sabbath day, and the Sabbath day, Saturday. Bless the Sabbath day, and the Sabbath day, Saturday. Rasta Sata, Rasta pray. Yeah, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari,
Yes. Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam. Yes. So for the Sabbath time, if ones and ones are up to it, definitely study Psalm 119. In the better Bibles, some of the King James Bibles, they even have like the Hebrew, has a little, some of them even have the Hebrew letters, over every section, of Psalm 119. Psalm 119 is the longest of the Psalms in the Psalter, right? So here, just to touch briefly on Psalm 119, 22 Hebrew letters, each 8 verses. 22 Hebrew letters, each 8 verses, coming to a total of 176. Yes, 176 verses. Right? So here we have Torah, the way of life. Today's daily psalm, Psalm 119, is themed Torah, the way of life. Torah, the way of life. So each 8 verses, right? It's an acrostic psalm. Acrostic psalm means that it's ordered according to the Hebrew Aleph Beit, the Hebrew alphabet. So Mizmor Kof Yod 8. In the Hebrew alpha numerics, Kof has a numerical value of 100. Yod, right, is the 10th letter of the Hebrew alphabet, and 8 is the 9th. So Mizmor Kof Yod 8. Some say Kof Yud Tet. Kof Yod 8. Psalm CXIX. Torah, the way of life. Torah, the way of life. So here, just to get a good groundation, right? In the first, let's go right here. The first 2 sections, the first 2 Hebrew letters, right? Aleph, and Beit, right? First 2 Hebrew letters, first 8. Let's go 8. We'll go to 8. Let's get the key words here. Just want to get these key words. All right. So let's say the first 16 verses. Right, the first 16 verses. We're going to zoom in some of the key words. Now, the Hebrew, give thanks. We'll put up the Hebrew Aleph Beit. Let's just get a here right here. One here. One here.
Bet. Gimel. Dalet. Hey. Vav. Zayin. Chet. Tet. Yod. Kaf. Lamed, Mem, Nun, Samech, Ain, Pei, Tzadik, Kuf, Resh, Shin, Tav.
So right there, we have Aleph. Let's go through this right here. Okay, here's the psalm. Here's the psalm, right? Longest psalm. So remember, every 8 verses. So you see where it says Aleph, Aleph, right? Aleph. Scroll down. You get to the 9th verse, right? After the first eight verses, then it's Bait. Bait. Some said best, but Bait. Bait, right? Bait, right? Then we scroll down. Beit Gimel, Gimel, right? Gimel. Scroll down. Remember, every 8 verses. Scroll down. Dalet, 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 right? Scroll down. Dalet. Hey, right? We have hey, right? Hey, 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 right? The 5th, right? Scroll down, right? We have here they say Vav, Val. Actually, it's wow, wow, wow. Modern Hebrew they say Vav, but actually wow, wow, right? Wow, right? Scroll down. We have Zain, the 7th letter Zain, right? Scroll down, right? Scroll down. We have Chet, not Chet, but Chet, right? Chet, right? Scroll down, right? Every 8 verses. Then we have Tate, right? Chet, Tate, right? Chet, Tate, right? That's the 8th. This is the 9th letter, Tet, or Tate, right? Tate, right? Scroll down. Then we come to the 10th letter. Here they have Jod. Remember the J, right? Actually, even in German, the first translations of the Bible into the English or those letters of the Latin, right? It was Yod, right? Yod, right? Some say Yud, but let's scroll down. Next letter, Kaf, right? Where the C is not a S sound, but a K sound. Kaf. We have Kaf, right? So we scroll down. We have Lamed, right? Lamed. Scroll down. We have Mem. Some say Mem, but Meme, Meme, right? Meme, right? Scroll down. We have Noon. We scroll down. Every 8 letters. Samek, right? Scroll down. We have Ain. Now this Ain, this is the hard A. The first letter is Aleph, Ah. This letter is Ah. It's a Ain, back of the throat. Ain, right? Ain. Also the word for I, Ain. Yes. Scroll down, right? We have Pe, right? Right? Pe. Some say Pay, right? Pe, right? Scroll down. Pe, Fe. Of course, we have Tzadai, right? Scroll down. Now here we have Kof. Now this here is actually a Q. If it's a Q, it's this right here. It's a Q. Now one thing we notice is that every in this psalm, every section, right, with every key letter, right, it begins off with that key letter. So in the first 8 verses, the Aleph section, every word begins with Aleph, right? In the Beit section, every begins with a B, Beit, right? And then in the 3rd section, the Gimel begins with Ga, the Gimel, G. So this is Kof, special K. This is special K, Kof. Actually, it's a Q, right? This is old 17th century English, right? But Kof, right? Scroll down. Resh, fully enunciated, Resh. Scroll down. Then we have right here. Now here is actually Sheen, the old way of them writing SCH. Actually, SH would do, but Sheen, right? Sheen, right? Scroll down. Then the last is Tau, Tau, Tau. Some say Tav, right, in modern Hebrew, but Tau, Tau, Tau. So the beginning of the Hebrew alphabet, Aleph, and the end is the Tau, Tau, or the Taweh, Taweh, the Tau. So just wanted to go through that right there to give you a kind of a general overview how this can be used. Now, in some of the print copies of the Bible, they actually have the Hebrew letters. So let's go through the Hebrew letters right here. Aleph, Beit. Well, this is like the name of the letters, right? Yes, it has a general basic sound, right, of ah, ba, ga. But then there are 7 vowel tones, like the 7, you could say, lamps of the menorah, right? But the basic, Aleph, Beit, Gimel, Dalet, Hey, Wow, Zain, Chet, Tet, Yod, Kaf, Lamed, Mim, Nun, Samek, Ain, Peh, Tzadai, Kof, Resh, Shin, Tau, right? Or basic baby Hebrew, Ah, right? Ba, Ga, Da, Ha, Wa, Za, Cha, A, Ya, Ka, La, Ma, Na, Sa, Ah, Pe, or some say Fe, right? Pa, Fa, Sa, Off, Ka, Ka, Ra, Sha, Ta. A, Ba, Ga, Da, Ha, Wa, Za, Ha, Ta, Ya, Ka, La, Ma, Na, Sa, A, Pa, Sa, Ka, Ra, Sha, Ta. The basic, right? Just the basic right here. This is why this is such a very important, psalm right here, right? On the learning of the Hebrew Aleph Beit, the 1 to 22, right? From the 1 to 22, and also from the content, right? What is the content, right? The content is the Torah, Yah's way of life, the way of life, Torah, the way of life. Here. This is a little musical. Check.
אשרי תמימי הדרך ההולכים בתורתי יהוה אשרי הנוצרי עדותי בכל הלב ידרשו אף לא פעלו העולם בידרכי אהלקו אתה צווית פקודיך לשמור מאוד אכלי יקונו דרכי לשמור חוקיך אז לא אבוש באהביתי אלא כל מצוותיך עודך ביושר לבב בלמדיה משפטי צדקך את חוקיך אשמור אל תעזבני עד מאוד.
Psalm 119, Aleph. Blessed are the undefiled in the way, who walk in the law of the Lord. Blessed are they that keep his testimonies, and that seek him with the whole heart. They also do no iniquity, they walk in his ways. Thou hast commanded us to keep thy precepts diligently. Oh, that my ways were directed to keep thy statutes. Then shall I not be ashamed when I have respect unto all thy commandments. I will praise thee with uprightness of heart when I shall have learned thy righteous judgments. I will keep thy statutes. Oh, forsake me not utterly. Aleph. Bet. Gimel. Aleph. Bet. Gimel. Dalet. Hey. Vav. Zayin. Chet. Tet. Yod. Kaf. Lamed, Mem, Nun, Samech, Ein, Pei, Tzadik, Kuf, Resh, Shin, Tav.
Lion of Judah Society. Yes. So let's just touch on these 8 key words. There's 8 key words, right? There's I think 8 key words here. I like to touch on these 8 key words, and hopefully then ones can, build on the rest for themselves. But definitely the Hebrew alphabet and Torah way of life here in today's daily Psalm 119, Mizmor Kof Yod Tet, Kof Yod Et, Kof Yod Tet. Here, today's daily Psalm, Mizmor Kof Yod Tet, Psalm 119. Torah, the way of life. I would say instead of reading just a verse a day, you read a verse a day. Try to memorize maybe a verse a day, but read a section a day. Read 8, go 8 by 8, and one can get through the whole Aleph Beit. Right? Go 8 by 8 and get through the Aleph Beit. Here in today's daily Psalm, Mizmor Kof Yod Tet. Kof Yod Tet. Go every 8 verses. You know what I mean? Yes, verse by verse. So here. Torah, the way of life. An extraordinary declaration of the joy and help that Torah brings to those who conduct their lives, their liberty, under its direction. This fills the longest of the Psalms here in the Psalter in the Sefer Tehillim. It consists of 22 stanzas to correspond to the number of letters of otot, signs, letters in the Hebrew, in the Ivrit, Aleph Beit, in the Hebrew alphabet. Each stanza comprises 8 verses, all beginning with the same letter, Hebrew letter, right, in turn, until the Aleph Beit, right, is completed. That the author of today's daily Psalm, Psalm 119, Mizmor Kof Yod Tet, that the author was acquainted with Psalm 19. Psalm 19, Chaverim. Another key connection is Psalm 19. Psalm 19, Hebraically, Psalm 19, verses 8 to 10. Psalm 19, Hebraically, verses 8 to 10. In the KJV, that would correspond with Psalm 19, verses 7 to 9. Verses 7 in the King James Version of the Bible, verses 7 to 9. The verses that read, the law of Yahweh is perfect, restoring the soul. The testimony of Yahweh is sure, making wise the simple. The precepts of Yahweh are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandment of Yahweh is pure, enlightening the eyes. The fear, the reverence, the respect of Yahweh is clean, enduring forever. The ordinances of Yahweh are true. They are righteous all together. So right there. The author of today's daily psalm, Psalm 119, Mizmor Kof Yod 8, was obviously acquainted with Psalm 19. Psalm 19, verses 8 to 10 in the Hebrew, and verses 7 to 9 in the King James Version. So this is certain. Why? Because he adopts the key words that are used, that they're used. He adopts them right here in Psalm 119. And taking these key words and others as his motif, he weaves them into a kind of a verbal mosaic, or fugue, right? A verbal mosaic. It is an individual, an indivisible dual, an individual who draws so lavishly upon his resource of the Hebrew, the biblical Hebrew language, to convey his love, ahabato, right? His love, ahavato, of HaTorah, of Yah's direction, instruction. And what a force it is in his life and in his liberty, and also in our lives and liberty. However, here in this psalm, he is a spokesman, right, of many of his, for lack of a better word, co-religionists, right, or co-spiritualists who would endorse his tribute. Some say he might have lived in the 5th century, right? Some say the author might have lived in the 5th century and may have been an ardent disciple of the school of Ezra, the school of Ezra Sophia, right? Ezra the scribe. You know Ezra, in the Bible, Ezra, right? Ezra during the time of Ezra and Nehemiah. So here it is said that this psalm, a later psalm, right, may have been composed sometime in the 5th century, and that whoever composed it, right, was an ardent disciple, an ardent Talmud, right, of the school, right, of Ezra HaSofer, right, Ezra the scribe. So right here, let's just touch on a couple of the key words right here, today's daily psalm, right? So here we're going to go through the first section, right? And just a part of the second debate, the second section right here. So right here, first 8 verses. So here, today's daily psalm, according to the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, after the order of Melchizedek. Let's do it as we do. Compare the Aleph first, right? Right, the Aleph first. Here, the Aleph, the first verse. Aleph and the Aleph first. Aleph, first letter of the Hebrew alphabet, and the Aleph verse, right? So here it says, bless, KJV, bless the undefiled in the way, who walk in the law of Yahweh. Here, the undefiled, the perfect, or the sincere. Let's bring out the Hebrew. Ashrei. So now we was touching on bless, right? On bless, right? And we still touch on the Baruch bless, right? So here is actually a kind of this is a false translation. It should have read happy, Ashrei, happy, Timimei, are the perfect or undefiled, right? The blameless, Darek, Timimei, Darek. Happy are the blameless of way, right? Or the undefiled in the way. Those who are Tamim, complete, whole, entire, sound, right? This word here is a very interesting word because it's also used for like the offerings. The offerings had to be without blemish. They had to be entire, right? Complete. In other words, if Yahweh created a particular animal for sacrifice with this many parts, it was not to have more, it was not to have less. This is the idea of this word undefiled, elsewhere translated as perfect, to be entire. Perfect in what sense? It could be literally, figuratively, or even morally. This word tamim sometimes is brought out in translation as integrity and truth, right? Also in translation as being without blemish, being complete, being full, being perfect. So here it begins not with the Baruch bless or the Baruch bless, right? But with Ashrei refers to happiness from the Asher, right? Asher, to go straight, to make progress, and also to be happy, like the tribe Asher, right? The tribe of Asher. But here's Ashrei. As the first psalm begins with Ashrei Ha'ish. So the first psalm properly translated is not blesses the man, but happiness, the contentment. What did Paul say? In whatever state I am, right? To be content, that contentment, that kind of happiness, right? Happiness. Just want to point that out. Ashrei timimeya dareka haholkim bitorat Yahweh. Happiness, right? Let's see if anybody else brings that out. Do they bring it out? Bless, bless, bless. I don't know why they do this. I really don't know why they do this. Oh, look at that. Of all the ones that bring it out is BBE, right? They say, happy are they who are without sin. Now they freestyle it a little bit, but I guess that's the general idea, right? This psalm is an acrostic poem of 22 stanzas, sections, following the letters of the Hebrew alphabet within a stanza. Each verse begins with the same Hebrew letter within that stanza, within those 8 verses. So right here, happy are they that are upright in the way, who walk in the law. The law is Torah, right? Remember the theme of the psalm is Torah, the way of life. In the who walk, who what? Who halaka, the halak, to walk, to go. We have halaka. Ashreya timimeya dareka ha holkim, the walkers, right? Like we say, trot it out, like the trotters, those who walk it out, trot it out. Ha holkim, who halaka, right? Ha holkim, right? Who walk bit Torat, in the Torah of bit Torat Yahweh, in the Torah of he who be, who he be. So now the same word, right, for undefiled, tamim, is the same word that's also used in Genesis chapter 17, verse 1, where to Abraham it was said, walk before me and be thou wholehearted. Right? In other words, and be thou perfect, be thou undefiled, be thou sincere, right? Walk with integrity, be thou perfect. So Genesis, right, chapter 17, verse 1. And here, since we're here, we're just touching on these 8, right? These 8, right? But here for proper, right? Here we go, right here. This is the verse right here, right? And when Abram was 99 years old, right, and 9, when he was 90 years old and 9, right? And when Abraham was 90 years old and 9, Yahweh appeared to Abram and said to him, I, El Shaddai, Almighty God, walk before me and be thou perfect. You see, so the same word perfect there, right? Let's go here. The word perfect is the same tamim, right? So stop saying nothing perfect, nobody perfect, because it says, right? But here, the Hebrew, Wayahi Avram ben Tish'im Shana, where Tesha Shanim, wa yera Yahweh il Avram wa yomer layo ani El Shaddai, I El Shaddai, right? I El Shaddai, Hitahalek, walk, Hitahalek, the halaka, Hitahaleka lifanai, walk before my presence, walk before my face, Wehiye, and be, and become, and be, Wehiye, from higher to be, Wehiye, and be, right? Tamim, Vehiye, Tamim, and be perfect, right? And be perfect. So right here, Wehiye, Tamim, and be thou perfect, right? So notice that it says El Shaddai. That's interesting. It says El Shaddai, right? El Shaddai. Walk before I, Wehiye, Tamim, right? And be thou perfect, right? Or wholehearted, right? Those to whom the epithet applies are undivided, right? So those who are perfect in the Hebrew sense, being undivided in their allegiance and completely being guided by Torah, by Yahweh's, that is to say, Yahweh's direction, instructions. And for us in the Brit Chadash, the new covenant, is the Torah of the Spirit of life that's found in the Moshiach Yeshua, as we have in Romans chapter 8, I think around about verse 2. So for the new covenant Christians that says there's no law and acting all lawless, well, it says the Torah or the law of the Spirit of life in the new covenant sense. The Torah of the Spirit of life in the Moshiach Yeshua. So right here, the way. Right? He says, I am the way, the Derek. Right? He have the name Derek. Here, the Derek. Right? The Derek, the way. Right? The way in the sense of the well-trodden road. Figuratively, a course of life. You see it right there in the figure of speech. Literally, Derek, right, is like a well-trodden road. In the figurative use, as we have here, Ashrei Timimei Darek, it's a course of life that are perfect and seek to perfect, be undivided in their course of life, their liberty, in their mode of action, right? Of action, they speak louder than words, of action, right? Ashrei, the happiness, the contentment, the happiness. Ashrei Timimei Darek HaHolkim Be in Torat, in the Torah of Yahweh, Torat Yahweh, right? It didn't say the Torah of Moses, it said the Torah of Yahweh, right? The way, right? The path of life delineated for man in the divine revelation. So what is the derek? The derek in this context is the path, the course of life, mode of action that is delineated for man in the divine revelation in Torah, right? And this here to the first key word. Here's the first key word in Psalm 119, the Torah, the way of life. The first key word is Torah. Of the 8 key words, Torah, right? What is Torah, right? Torah, often translated as law, more correctly, instruction, direction. In the sense of Torah, it's like pointing the finger, like aiming the finger, directing, like you pointing, aiming, right? The first and most comprehensive of the key words, Torah. It is inaccurately or falsely translated by the word law. That has given the wrong impression to those who really don't study to show themselves approved. One can get the wrong impression when we say Torah is law, right? They get the wrong impression that a so-called legal system like the world, a legal system is intended. The true meaning of Torah is teaching, instruction, direction, like pointing the finger, right? Torah, the word Torah, let's break this down here. The word Torah, right, comes from the word yara, and yara, right, which means to throw, to shoot, to cast, to point, right? But let's scroll down. See, it's to throw, to shoot, to cast, to point out, right? To really to like use the hand to point, to direct, to instruct, right? To direct, to instruct. So that's the true meaning of Torah according to the Yehudi, according to the Hebrew, right? So the true meaning, teaching, direction, and it kind of connotates, so to speak, the whole will of Elohim. So from a Hebraic perspective, not a Gentile mind, when we say Torah, based on the Torah and in the spirit of Torah, it brings out the sense of the whole will. What is the whole will of Elohim, Yahweh Eloheinu, as imparted and inputted to man for his guidance. So here, take note. First key word here is Torah. In today's daily psalm, Torah, the way of life. Ashrei Timimei Darek, HaHolkim, B'Torat Yahweh. Here to the bait, right? Here to the second verse right here. It goes on to say, blessed, but that's also a false translation, happy. Asher, right? Happiness. Asher, like Beatitudes. When Yeshua spoke about the Beatitudes, in the context of the Beatitudes, it was not the Baruch, but it was the Ashrei, as we have in the first Psalm, where it says, blessed is the man. Some false translation there compared to the Hebrew, more correctly, happiness of the man. Here. Happy are they that keep his testimonies, right? Happy they that keep his testimonies, seek him, right? That seek him with the whole heart, not half heart or quarter heart, but a whole heart. Ashrei, happiness of Notzrei. Now, the word keep here from Natsar is interesting because this is the root word of Nazareth and Nazarene, right? This is where the confusion comes in English between Nazarite and Nazarene. But Yeshua of Nazareth, Yeshua HaNotzri, Natsar, right? To guard, to watch, to preserve, right? To guard from dangers, to observe, right? To guard like a watchman, right? This is the word to guard, right? To protect, to maintain, to guard, right? So to keep in that sense. In fact, the early first followers of Moshiach was called Notzrim, right? The Notzrim, right? That's where we get Nazarene, right? Nazarene, as separate than Nazarite. It's the English that doesn't have the letter Sadai. They don't have that letter, right? Sadai. So therefore, they translate it as from the Greek as a Z. So that has confused Nazarite, right? Nezer is a crown, Nezer, right? And Notzer. Notzer, right? The Notzer, to guard. But here, second verse, Ashreya Notzrei, happiness of the keepers, the guarders. Notzrei, the guarders of Edotayu. Edotav, Edotayu, Notzrei Edotayu. Ashrei Notzrei Edotayu, Bikola Leba, Yidarishuhu. Those who seek him, Yidrishu. They who seek who? They who seek him. Yidrishu, they who seek who? Right? Bikol, lay, yidarishu who. So what do we have here? Testimonies. And such on testimonies, edotayu, edotav, his Ada. What is Ada? Ada is a testimony, a witness. A testimony, a witness. Always plural. Edot. So we say edot. So we have Eda here, singular, but it's always plural. Edot, testimonies, right? And always of the Torot, the direction instructions, as divine testimonies, as divine edot. So ed is a testimony, right? A testimony or even a witness, right? That keep his testimonies, right? Ashrei notreya edotayu. Bikol leib, in a complete heart. Bikol leib, yidrishu, they who seek who? They who seek him. Yidrishuhu. So testimony is the second, right? So this is the second key word in the plural sense, edot, from eda, edot, right? The second key word. What is edot? Testimony, witness. Well, it's the rules of conduct that attest and attest the divine will. In fact, in the Torah sense, the first sense of these rules of conduct was in the 10 words. The 10 words. When Yahweh gave the words of the covenant, right? The divrei, right? Barit, ha-barit, the words of the covenant, the 10 words, right? Falsely called the 10 commandments, the 10 words. According to the scripture, the 10 words are called the words of the covenant. They are called the Torah. They are called the commandment according to Torah, right? So when we say edotaya, right, his edot, right, his edot is really those 10 words, because those 10 words, right, are his rules of conduct, the relationship between, right, man and his creator, right, man and Yahweh Eloheinu, and also man and his fellow human being. When you look at the 10 words, so the rules of conduct, right, that attests to the divine will, right? Because Yahweh spoke those words. Elohim spoke those words. It was those words. And it was those words that he wrote on two tablets. And he commanded that they be put in a threefold, a trinity-fold golden box called the Ark of the Testimony. The first name of the Ark of the Covenant, right, was called the Aron HaEdut. Edut, Eda, Edot, Edotayo, his testimony. So this is the second key word, his testimony, his witness. Those that seek him, Yidrishu, who? From the word Darash. Darash. We speak about the Midrash and the Darash. Seek the Lord, seek Yahweh while he may be found. That seek him. Now, compare here with verse 10, right? As well as with Deuteronomy chapter 4, right? Deuteronomy chapter 4, right? Verse 29. Quickly here, Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 29, there we go, right there. Verse 29, right? Let's get KJV light. But if from thence thou shalt seek, darash, and thou shalt seek Yahweh Eloheka, thou shalt find. If thou seek him with all thy heart and with all thy soul, with all thy psyche, right? Vikashtem, right? Mishama eta Yahweh Eloheka, matzata, you will find, right? Key, because Tidereshenu, if you seek him, Bekal, in all, Lebabeka, in all your heart, and Bekal, in call, in all, Nafsheka, in all your psyche, in all your soul, in all your nefesh. So we get that sense of seek. Same operative word where it says, seek the Lord while he may be found. But let's look at the word seek for a moment. Darash. BDB, Brown, Driver, and Briggs says to resort to the seek with care, to inquire, to resort, to frequent. You frequent a place, right? Even the place in scripture, to consult, to inquire of Elohim, right? Forget about Elohim Acharim, the other people's Elohim and necromancers, firebun, right? To seek the deity, the true divinity in prayer and worship. This is how this word applies, right? To seek with a demand, right? Demand, to require, darash. Also darash, right? In the spirit of the Hebrew brings out the sense of to investigate. Investigate him, investigate his word, inquire, to ask for, to require, to demand. Look at the seventh entry. Darash, those who seek him, those who practice, those who study. Practice, they say nothing's perfect. Ask them if they practice, right? How do they practice? Do you practice or do you malpractice? If you say nothing's perfect, you must be dealing with malpractice. To practice, to study, to follow, to seek with application. Just wanted to bring that out right here. But the basic sense of darash, right, is like to tread, to frequent, like you trod a regular path, right? To also follow, to be in pursuit, to search, right? To seek, to ask. What does it say right there? Specifically to worship. So study is also a form of worship. Check. So they earnestly set out on the quest to discover how Elohim, the creator, how the blameless creator desires man, the human being, to live, right? With a whole heart, B'kol lev, right? With a whole heart, with the fullest concentration. So when it's saying with a whole heart, what does it mean, Chabarim? The heart, right? Well, let's look at the heart. Not just the pit-a-pat heart, but the inner man, the mind. The inner mind, the will, full understanding, or full inner standing, with the fullest concentration of the mental faculty upon the task. What's the task? Upon the task of learning. Remember, we just touched on the word seek and broke down the build on the word seek also means to investigate and to study. And even that there is a form of worship. So here, the bait verse. Ashrei notre edotayu. B'kol leba yidarishuhu. Here, to the Gimel. Touch on these 8. One touch on these 8. They come up, right? One after the next right here. Here, the Gimel, the 3rd verse. They also do no iniquity. They walk in his ways. Af, right? Af, lo, Paolu. Aflo faolu. Aflo faolu avla. They don't do no avla, evla, avel, awel. Right? In the English, in the later way, it seems like the modern pronunciation, the ancient pronunciation is like ewel. But in the modern, evel, it sounds like evil, evel. But what is this? This is injustice. Evel, injustice, deeds of injustice. It can be injustice in speech or just general injustice. It's almost like moral twistedness, moral perversity. Lo, paolo, paolu. When it says do, it's using the word paal. Fa'olu, to make, to do. But it's not just to make, to do, get to the bottom, get to the groundation. This is, you see what it says to do, to make, systematically, habitually, right? Especially the practice. Now notice, it says like, yes, we're not to sin, but it says even if one sin, we have an advocate. But now this is different here because it says lo fa'olu. They do not make it a practice. That's what it's saying. They don't systematically, habitually practice this because we have the word asa. Asa mean to do, and fa'al mean to do. What's the difference? Well, pa'al mean to do, systematically, habitually, to make, to practice. You see what it says, especially to practice. So in the nuance of the Hebrew, these are they who don't make it a practice. They may have made a mistake, but they don't make it a practice of iniquity, moral iniquity. Aflo, afa'olu, aula, bia de rakayo, halaku, be derakayo, in his ways, in his dereks. Derakayo is his dereks, in his ways. Derakayo, right? Derakayo, in his ways. Halaku. Notice there's a lot of halakha here, right? Halak, right? The derek here and the walk right here is the halak, where we get halakha. So when you hear one speak about one's halakha or the halakha based on the Hebrew word is like how one walks it out. You know, like we read in the word and we get a good read and good study, but how do we walk it out? How do we practice this in our life? That's the sense of halakha. Here is saying that these are they in his ways, they walk it out, right? They go about, right? They go about, they kind of process their activities, right? In his ways. What do we have right here? Do no unrighteousness, do no iniquity. Lo, fa'olu, right? Fa'olu, aula, lo, fa'olu, avla. They don't do no twisted, no moral iniquity because the fundamental purpose of Torah, of Yahweh's direction, instruction, is to withhold, right, man, the human being, from the path of Ra'ah. Remember, man, he ate off of the tree, the eighth of, eighth da'at, right, the tree, right, of the knowledge, the eighth da'at tov v'ra, right, of good tov v'ra. Now Yahweh in his grace has shown man the right way, Torah, right? So he can avoid the ra'ah, the path of evil. His ways of righteousness, right? Walking in and walking out in his ways of righteousness. Here, to the Dalet verse, the 4th verse right here, touching on the Aleph right here, Psalm 119. Thou hast commanded to keep thy precepts diligently. Notice what it says, to keep thy precepts diligently. It didn't say thou hast commanded to keep. Yeah, we don't read the italicized really because the Hebrew doesn't have it there, so why bother, right? It says ata tzvita, Atas uita fikudeka. Lishmor meod. Lishmor. He keeps it. He guards it. He hedges about. He shamar. Lishmor. Lishmor. Right? Meod. Remember the word meod? We touched on that before. That's the word that can be translated as very. Like on the sixth day, he saw all he created, and man, the human being, male and female, and he said, Tov me'od. He said it was very good. Tov me'od. Me'od, muchness, nuffness. That we have to do with muchness, nuffness, right? Right? Diligently, right? Diligently, right? Keep his what? Fikudeka, right? Fikudeka. Now notice the Torah reading and feeding here in the season, right? The last in the second book of Moshe is Pikudei. Pikudei ha-mishkan, right? Which means basically the summaries, the sums, the accountings of the sanctuary of the tabernacle. The root pakad is linked to fikudeka, pikudeka. What is pikud? Fikud is a statute, a precept. Pikud, that which is appointed, that which is mandated, right? Right there, his precepts. Ata, you male and none other, Sawita, 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 or Savita, modern Hebrew Savita, Ata Savita, right? Ata Sawita has sawa, modern Hebrew sava, right? Sava means to command. You have commanded, you have charged, you have ordered, you have commanded. Ata, you male and none other. Ata, suita, fikudeka. You have commanded thy precepts, right? Lishmor, to keep, to guard, to hedge about, me'od, very, very much, nuff. So here we have the third of the key words fikud, and fikud, right? Fikud, right? The precepts, the third word. This denotes particularized rules that it is man's duty, covenant keeping man. Let's put it in context. That is the covenant keeping man's duty to obey, right? The fikudeka. So here's the third of the key words right here, of the 8 key words right here. Atas uita fikudeka, lishmor me'od, to keep it, right, to guard it, me'od, nuff. Here, the hey verse, the 5th verse right here. Oh, right? Did you notice that each first word begins with ah, right? Ashrei, af, ata, and here to the 5th verse. Oh, that my ways were directed to keep thy statutes, right? Here. Achalai. Oh, achalai, achalai. Right? Oh, that. Would to God. Achlai. Would to God. Oh, would that. Oh, would it be? Oh, yes, would that be? Right? Would that be so? Right? Achlai. Right? So achlai, the sense of oh, that. Would like when I say would to God, or would it be like, oh, if it would just be like that. Achlai yekonu. Achla yikono aderakaya lishmora hukeka. Here. Oh, that my ways, derakai, my dereks. Oh, that my dereks, derakai. Oh, that my ways were directed, yikono, that they were konen, that they were established, that they were fixed, that they were firm. Yikono, mekonen, right? Achalaya yikono derakai lishmor, to keep, to guard, right? To guard, same as before, lishmor me'od, right? To keep thy precepts diligently. Here, oh, that would to God, achalai yikono derakai, oh, that my ways were directed, were fixed, were established, yikono derakai lishmor, to keep, to guard, chukeka, to guard thy hok, right? Hok, right? Some say hok shaus, right? Hok, right? What is hok? Hok is a statute, an ordinance, right? Something prescribed, a prescribed task, a prescribed, that which is prescribed, that which was prescribed. Why does it say prescribed? And how is a hawk that which was prescribed? An enactment, an appointment of time, like the Shabbat, appointment of space, of quantity, of labor or usage, because the root of hawk come from hakak. Check this out. Right, with the ancient things that were engraved and written. It means to cut out, right? It means to inscribe, almost like to engrave in stone. It says, people say it's not engraved in stone, but the ancient hawks were engraved in stones. They were cut in stones, engraved, inscribed. Laws were engraved, inscribed, right, in stone. They were hacked. They were hacked. They were engraved, inscribed. Look what it says here. Laws, especially in ancient time, in the primitive time, in the first times, right, in the Kadmon, the Kedem, the Kadmon, the laws were being cut into stone or metal. We have that in the Torah with the 10 words, into stone or metal tablets in primitive times. That's why they're called prescriptions. It was already scripted or scribed or engraved in stone or metal in ancient times. So here we have the hukekah, right? The eyes hawk. And here we also have, right? Here we also have, right, the fourth key word, right? The fourth key word, right? The hawk. Once again, bring that up, hawk, right? Singular sense, hukekah, the eyes statutes, right? The eyes prescriptions, right? The fourth key word that does not occur in Psalm 19. So in Psalm 19, the hawk, hukim, the hawk, right, does not appear, right? In Psalm 19. Its literal meaning is said to be that which is engraven, or that which was engraven or carved or cut in stone or in metal, right? The common form to that, the laws, Torot, direction, instruction, and ancient laws of a community, they were published by being cut in stone or cut into metal. It signifies a law or a direction, instruction that regulates the life, the liberty, right, of an individual, an indivisible dual, as a member of the body of society or of a community, right? Achalaya yikonenua derakai lishmor hukeka. Once again, my ways, my daily conduct, my going to and fro, right here. So that's the fourth key word, the hawk, hukeka. Here to the wow, the vav verse right here, the sixth verse right here. Then when he says achalai, oh, would it be if that be, then, right, if that were to be, then, he says achalai yikonenu derakai lishmor chukeka, right? Oh, that my ways were directed to observe thy statutes. Then, right, then shall I not be ashamed. But because my ways are not, I'm ashamed, so I'm working it out. Then shall I not be ashamed when I have respect to thy commandments. Here, the Ivrit, az. Remember, the first section, the Aleph section, right? It's an acrostic psalm according to the Hebrew alphabet. Every first word began with Aleph in this section, and every first word begins with its corresponding Hebrew letter according to the Hebrew alphabet in the next 21 sections. And I'm not going to go through the 21 sections, but just to give you a heads up. So we had Ashrei, Af, Ata, Achalai, and here we have Az, then, Az, then, right? Az lo evosh, Az, then, lo, not evosh, then I shall not be bush, ebosh, I shall not be put to shame, I should not be abashed, lo ebosh, I should not be disconcerted or disappointed, feeling shame by reason of, be put to shame. I should not be pale. Az lo ebosh. In the English sense, I will not be pale. I will have true color, right? That is by implication to be ashamed in the English way, right? But here the sense is I would not be ashamed. As lo ebosh, lo ebosh, I would not be ashamed. Be habiti, be habiti, when I have nabat. Now, respect is what they translated as, but nabat mean to look, in the sense to regard, like to show attention to. But the root sense is to scan, right? Right? So when it says be habiti, when I scan, the implication is regarding with pleasure. So when it says respect, it's a sense of when I regard with pleasure, with favor, with care. You know what I mean? It's not burdensome. It's not a duty. I'm not getting aggy because I got to study, right? As loe bosha bir habiti, right? When I have respect, right? When I have regard with pleasure, right? Il call to all, il calla mitzvoteka, right? Modern Hebrew, mitzvoteka, ancient pointing, mitzvoteka, il call mitzvoteka, to all of your mitzvot, to all of your mitzvahs, mitzvah, to all your commandments, to all your imperatives, to all of your positive commands and your negative commands, your commands to do and your commands not to do. Behabiti, when I have respect, when I regard all of that with pleasure, with care. As loe bosha behabiti, il kola mitzoteka. Not be ashamed, not be possessed by a feeling, right? A feeling, right, of remorse, right? At having failed, fallen short, right, to reach the ideal, or being caught lacking, right? Not being possessed by a feeling of remorse at having been caught lacking or having failed to reach, but pushing on to the prize. As loe bosha behabiti, il kol mitzoteka. Now here we have the fifth. Here we have the fifth in this sentence. You know which the fifth of the key words? Which is the key word you think in this sentence is? Yes, mitzvah, mitzoteka. The word mitzvah, ancient pointing, modern Hebrew mitzvoteka, mitzvot, right? Mitzoteka, commandment. So here the fifth key word. This is a general term, commandment, imperative, right? For a direction, instruction of Yahweh Eloheinu in the sphere, the cipher of the really just aspects of life. You could say the spirituality, some might say religious life. We say really just aspects of life, the commandment. Thou shalt do, right? The positive commands and the negative commands. Thou shalt not do. Well, so here is the fifth word, mitzvah, right? Commandment. Az lo bosha behabiti, il kol mitzoteka. Here to the seventh verse, the Zain verse. I will praise thee with uprightness of heart. When I shall have learned, thy righteous judgments, when I shall have learned the judgments of thy righteousness, thy right choiceness. Here. Odeka, I will praise. So here the praise here is from Yada. Remember Yada, to throw, to shoot, to cast, to give thanks, because the root sense of Yada comes from the word Yad. Yad is hand. Yada is the verb to hand. When I hand it, I will hand it to you. I'll put my hands up, I will praise, I will use the hand, right? In the sense of to revere, to worship, right? I will hand it to the eye. Odeka, I will praise. Odeka, be yosher, right? I will praise thee, I male, and none other. Be yosher, in the yosher is from the word yashar, right? Yashar, to be upright. Yosha, 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 Yosha. Yosha means straightness or uprightness, right? Straightness, evenness, uprightness, like level upness, what is right, what is due, coming from the root word yashar. Yashar is a verb, to be right, to be straight, right? To be level, to level up, to be upright, the verb, to be just, right? So here, be Yosha, right? In uprightness. Odeka be Yosha lebab. Yosha, uprightness of lebab. Levav, lebab, of heart, of the inner man, right? Of the mind, of the innermost of the innocence, that uprightness, not on the outer where we can see it, but the uprightness in the innermost of the innocence, right? Odeka be Yosha lebab. Be lamdi. Be lamdi. When I lamad, right? When I learn, right? Teach, but the sense here, be lamdi. When I exercise, when I'm taught, I'm trained in, right? When I'm goaded in, when I'm taught, right? You see, the goad is like the shepherd's rod. The goad right there, the shepherd's rod. Lamed. Some say it's a little like the letter Lamed, right? The shepherd's rod, right? Which is often used in the East as an incentive, right? That rod, you know what I mean? That rod. Yeah. So right here, Odeka be Yosher lebaba be lamdi. When I learn Misha Pete, the judgments of Tzidek Eka. When I learn, right, the Misha Pete, when I learn the Mishpat, right, right here, the Mishpat, Mishpate, the judgments of, right, Tzidek Eka, of your tzedek, of your righteousness, right? When I learn the judgments of your justice, the judgments of your righteousness, the judgments of your tzedek, tzidkeka, right here. So here, when I learn, bilamdi, right? Bilamdi, when I lamad, in my learning, lamdi, my learning, I've learned my learning, bilamdi, when I learn, in my learning, when I learn. The psalmist does not, right, as I does not, right, profess to be thoroughly conversant with HaTorah, right? He and we is a learner. We be a learner. We be a Talmud, a disciple. And as his and I da'ati, I knowledge increases, right? His and I heart, I mind should respond with deeper thankfulness. Odeka b'yoshe lebab bilamdi mishapate sidkeka. Here. And this brings us to the sixth key word. What is the sixth key word? The sixth key word, right? The sixth key word right here is, wait for it. Which is the sixth key word right here, right? Now, here, right? Judgments, right? Mishpat, right? Mishpat, right? So we have mishpat, right? Judgment, right? Mishpat, right? Mishpate is itkeka, right? The judgments of thy righteousness, right? The sixth key word is mishpat, right? Like we have mishpatim, the judgments, right? That regulates. So what are the judgments? The judgments is what regulates the covenant keeping man's relationship, right? His covenant relationship, even with his neighbor, right? And with his brother, right? And they are characterized, right? They are characterized by tzedek, right? By righteousness, right choiceness. So the sixth key word, mishpat, right? Judgments. Here, odeka b'yosher lebam, bilamdi, mishpate, tzidkeka. Here to the chet, here to the eighth verse, completing the Aleph section right here. I will keep thy statutes. Oh, forsake me not utterly. Right? Here. Et chukeka. Eshmor, I will shamar. Eshmor. Eta chukeka eshmor. Al ta'azabeni. Al, don't. Ta'azab, don't forsake. Ani, don't forsake me. Al ta'azabeni. Ada me'od. Right? Until like very much. Like don't forsake, don't leave me. Like to say very much, to say utterly. Here, once again, is the word me'od. Me'od, very much, exceedingly, emphasized in the sense of might, force, abundance, right? But often this word is used as very, right? Very, right? It's an interesting word, that's very. Like tov, me'od, very good. Good, tov, very good, tov, me'od. Here he says, al tazaveni ad me'od. Do not forsake me, right? Do not azab me. Do not leave me, forsake me, to say in a sense, going on very much. Like, don't forsake me very much, in that sense. Sometimes I know you got to leave me, but don't forsake me very much. What do we have here? Oh, forsake me not utterly. Mindful of the Beta Israel's fate, Yisrael's fate, and the house of Yehuda's fate, the Judahite fate, right? When guilty of transgression, when guilty of rebellion, when guilty of revolt against Yah's way, truth, and light, he and we pray to be spared. This is like a verse here, a prayer to be spared the penalty, because his and I endeavor will be to adhere. Right? This is like almost like a vow in a sense, words of our mouth, meditation of our heart, to adhere faithfully to what Yahweh Eloheinu, Ainai Elohim, right, commands, to what he commands. So here, right, to the final verse of the Aleph section here. So far, right here, we have touched on six key words. Yes, six, but yeah, 6 key words right here. Et chukeka eshmor alta azabeni ad meod. Right? So right here, just to go through this here and just give you a sense of this right here, just in the Hebrew right here, right? The first 8 verses, the Aleph section. First, listen to the first part first, right? Listen here to Aleph at the beginning, right? Here. Ashrei timimeya dareka haholkima betorat Yahuwah. Ashreya notreya edotayo bekol leva yidarishuhu. Af loa pa'olua avla bia derakayo wa halaku. Ata tzwita fikudeka lishmor meod. Ahaleya yikonua derakaya lishmor chukeka. Az lo ebosha bea habitia illa kola mitzoteka. Odeka, beginning of Aleph. Odeka be yoshera lebaba be lamdi mishapeteyas idak eka. And finally here, et chukeka eshmora alatazabenia adam meod. Do not forsake me very much. Alatazabeni ad meod. Right? Nuff. Don't forsake me, nuff. Right? So right here. Let's now just continue here so we can just bring out, these 8 keywords. It's these 8 keywords here. So here, going to the bait section, right? The bait section here at verse 8, the 9th verse right here. And the KJV Bible, you see the Beth. They have Beth, but bait. Second letter of the Hebrew alphabet, right? Bait. Wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his way? Question. Wherewithal? How shall a young man cleanse his way? Answer. By taking heed according to thy word. Right here. Bameh yezake na'ara. right? It's a question. Ba me, ba in me, ma me. What? Ba me in what? Right? Or by what? Ba me yizake, ba me yizake. Right? To zaka, to be cleansed, to be pure. Right? Right? To be justified in context, but to be clean, to be pure. Right? Ba me yizake na'ar. Bame Yizake Na'ar. Bame Yizake Na'ar. Right? Eta Archo. Eta Orcho. His way. In what shall a Na'ar? Na'ar is like a youth. Right? Here they have a boy, a lad, a servant, a youth. It's boy in the sense of from the age of like being an infant to being an adolescent, usually, when used like to qualify a certain age group. Na'ar for a boy and na'ara for a girl, but from the age of infancy to adolescence, right? From infancy to adolescence. This is almost like coming to the bar mitzvah time, right? This sense, right? Because at the bar mitzvah and the bat mitzvah time, where one gets to know the Torah way of life more intimately. But also sometimes it's used by implication like a servant, right? Like a page in the court. Right, but here, Bame Yizake Na'ar eta Archo Lishmor Kia de Bareka. Lishmor in guarding, taking heed in guarding, right? Ki like debareka, according to your word, right? By taking heed according to thy word, by taking heed is shamar, by guarding, by observing, by hedging about like thy word. So in what can a young man, right, cleanse yizakeh, right, eta orcho, right? So the orcho, point as orcho, come from orach way, orcho, his way, orach way, but it's like path, it's like way, a path, right? In that sense, his path, like a traveler on a path, like a road, right? A well-trodden road, right? So here it uses the same word way, but often is sometimes brought out, a little more better, like as like a road, a path, a pathway. So a na'ar, a young man, right? Coming into adolescence. That's when a lot of it comes on, right? At the adolescence, the puberty time, right? That's what speaking about the na'ar. This is why the rite of passage is at that time too. For the sons, bar mitzvah, and for the daughters, bat mitzvah, right? As well. So the question is a real good question. Bame yizake na'ar eta orcho, in what, right? Because a young man, even a young woman, but the context here, a na'ar, a young man is beset by temptations, right? How will he cleanse himself, right? Keep himself clean, pure, right? Be justified in another context is through lishmor, guarding, observing, ki, like debareka, lishmor ki devarecha, lishmor ki debareka, observing thy debar. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with Elohim, and the Word was the Word, debar. Debar here is the seventh keyword. It's a general term for the express will of Elohim. Right now in John's Gospel, Yochanan, the Besora Alpia Yochanan, the Gospel on the mouth of Yochanan, on John's Gospel, brings that out concerning the Word's relationship to Elohim, right? Elohim Ha'ab, his relationship, God the Father's relationship, right, with, the Son, right, or with the Word, right? The Word, the Father, and the Word is one in spirit and in truth. So what do we have right here? Here we have the seventh key word, dabar, ha-dabar, the Word, right? A general term for the express will of Elohim. Because when Elohim Ha'ab, God the Father, thought, right, and he sought to create, what did he do? He spoke. He created all things be debaro, by way of his word, and the word made flesh right there. So this verse right here, bringing out the seventh key word, Bame Yizake Na'ar Eta Orcho, Lishmor Ki Debareka, in guarding, keeping your debareka, the eyes, male word, right there. Here to the old verse, to the 10th verse, right here. With my whole heart have I sought thee. Oh, let me or make me not wander from thy commandments, from thy imperatives. Remember, the commandments Hebraically is twofold. It's all one. It's his commandments, but it's twofold. It is the to do what we are to do. We're commanded what we are to do, and we're commanded what we are not to do. Right? So the positive and negative command, the fullness of the command. Here the Hebrew says, Bekal libi. Bekal, be in by way of call all. Bekal in all, by way of all. Libi. Right? By way of all my lave heart, libi, my heart. By all or in all, in the completeness of my inner man, in the completeness of my mind, my will, right? Euphemistically, heart, right? My understanding, the innermost of the innocence, my inclination, my determination, my resolution of will, my conscience, right? The seat of my appetites, my emotions and my passions, seat of my courage. Now, the heart in the Hebrew often is used for the center when it says like into the heart of the sea. So heart is also used as the center of anything. With all my center, right? Having a complete center, oneness of one center, right? It can be used in the figurative sense sometimes for one's feelings, right? The will, right? And even use of the intellect, right? Likewise, the center of anything, right? Because be, right? With my whole heart, with my whole resolution, my will, my mind, because be, derashtika, I have darash. Remember we touched on the word darash, right? Like midrash from darash. I have sought, right? I have inquired, I have frequented, I have consulted, right? In prayer and in worship. I seek, I investigate, I inquire, I ask, I demand, right? I practice, I study, I follow, I practice, I study because I'm seeking with application. Some people are studying just so they can know it. Okay, I know that, and just like a empty knowledge. But that's not darash. Darash, the midrash, right? The darash is to practice, to study, right? Because practice make perfect. Yes, to study, to follow, and to seek, but to seek with application, to apply it. That means the halak and the halakha, to walk it out, right? To live it out, right? To try it out. You know what I mean? But also the darash is a form seeking and asking and investigating and studying and practicing. It's also a form of worship, right? Right here. So he says, Bekal libiya darashtika. I have sought thee, I, male, derashti. I have sought ka, the suffix for speaking to an individual male in the second person. Derashti ka, I have sought, I have inquired, investigated concerning the I and the I way. Bekal libiya derashti ka, al tashgeni. Do not, right? Shaga me. Don't shaga me. You know what I mean? When they say something was shuddered, right? In the Hebrew sense, we say like, don't shaga me, right? Let me not shaga, right? Al tashgeni. So we're asking he who be, don't cause me to go astray, right? Don't cause me to err, right? The sense of shaga. Shaga, right, is to err, to stray, to swerve. You know what I mean? Like you swerve. That could be dangerous. Don't cause me to swerve. Al tashge ani. Don't cause ani. Al tashgeni. Don't cause me to meander, to reel and roll like I'm drunken, like and drunkenness, to go astray. Don't cause me to go astray morally. Don't cause me to commit chet, caught lacking, a lack of ignorance, right? a lack of inadvertence, to error, right? Usually the error and the sin, right, is usually like if you do it and you know better, well, I'll say still pray, but usually this sense here is like an error, like a unknown error, like when it says in the Torah that it's not sin until the sin is brought to the one, right? And then it becomes sin to them. Like if they sin, but they do not know of it, right? And then it is brought to them. They sin like in error, so to speak. But here to stray, right? Shaga, right? To mislead, in a figurative sense, to mistake, morally to transgress. But the extension of the shaga idea in al tashgeni has the idea of intoxication. You're drunk, you get drunk, off the cup of Babylon. You're reeling, rolling, going astray with the world flesh and the satanic seculorum, right? Because libya derashtika al tashgeni me from me mitzoteka, from thy commandments. Don't cause me to go astray, like be drunk. Like if the commandments of the way don't cause me to go off of the way. You know what I mean? Astray from the way, swerve, right? Mia mitzoteka, mia mitzvoteka, mia mitzoteka, right? From thy commandments. What do we have here? With my whole heart, the I, as we had in the second verse, with my whole heart and the I, my whole heart to the I. Let me not, don't make me err, right? Not intentionally, but inadvertently. This is what it speaks about. Not intention. If you want to do it intentionally, you're going to go do it. But this is not speaking about intentional, right? Speaking about not intentionally, but inadvertently, unknowingly, through defective knowledge. If we don't have a full knowledge and we believe something to be true sincerely, this is what it's speaking about. Not intentional uckery, right? So, Bikol libiya darashtika, al tashkeni amia mitzoteka. Right, so this here brings us right here to the Yod Aleph, to the 11th verse, almost there, brothers and sisters. Here it says, thy word, thy word, thy word. Right, thy word, thy word, thy word. Thy word have I hid in mine heart, that I might not sin against thee, that I might not lack, right, that I might not lack against the eye. The word sin in the Hebrew is chata, not chatter, but sometimes maybe chatter can be sin, can be lacking, but it's not chatter, it's chata, the chet, chata means to miss, to sin, to miss the mark, right? Almost like to be caught lacking, right? And to suffer loss, you know what I mean? Because you're caught lacking, right? Right here, to miss, whether figuratively or generally, right? This is what it means to sin in the Hebrew, right? The inference of sinning, missing, lacking, you forfeit, you lack, expiate, repent, right? Lead astray, condemn. So the sense of lacking, right? That I might not be caught lacking, right? We like to translate this part as that I might not be caught lacking against the eye. Belibi, it's afanti. Belibi is afanti imarateka lima'an loa echeta lak. Lima'an, so that lo not echeta, I sinning lak, against the eye. I don't sin to the eye. I don't sin against the eye. Lima'an lo echeta, lo echeta lak. I don't sin against you. What do we have right here? Here we have, right? We have the eighth and the last key word. Right? The eighth and the last key word. Believe in my heart, by way of my heart, in my heart, safanti, I have hid. So the word zafan means to hide. It means to hide. There's other words for hide too, like satar, right? But this word safan means to hide in the sense that you hiding something, you treasuring up something. It's a sense of hiding, of treasuring up something, storing up something, right? That's the sense of hide. It's also found in the name Zephaniah, Saphaniah, Saphanyahu, right? To hide, something treasured up. So it's not just hiding, but you're hiding something of value, or something that you deem to be valuable, Saphan, right? Right? You're hoarding it, you're reserving it. You know what I'm saying? Figuratively, it can be to deny. Because if you're hiding something, you're like, this is precious. I want to keep this. Specifically, in a favorable sense, to protect it, right? Unfavorably, it can be to lurk. But in the context here, I have hidden in my heart, to say like hid treasure, belibius afanti, I've hidden in my heart. You know, when you learn something by heart, you know, people call it learning by heart. What does that mean? What does that mean, Chabarin? To learn something by heart is often taken to memorize. So think about the heart related to the mind, right? So it's almost like you write it, you keep it in your mind. You keep it in your heart, not your heart, but your mind, your inner man, right? The innermost of the innocence. Believe be as a fanti in my heart, in my mind, right? In the innermost of my innocence, I have hid this like treasure, like I've stored it up like treasure. Imrateka, right? What have I stored up as treasure in my heart? Imrateka, your imra. Now, here we have Imra, Imra, right? What is Imra? Imra here is translated as word. But more better, the word Imra, right, is more in the Hebrew, it's like speech. It's like an utterance, right? Dabar is word, the thing, matter, but the Imra is like an utterance, like Amar. Amar means to say, like speak, right? So Imra come from Amar, right? Imra, right? From Emer, right? Speech, utterance. So we translate this here as thy speech, thy utterance, right? Because it's from the word amar, to say, to speak, to utter, right? So we have the imra, the utterance, the speech, the word, a word of Elohim, right? Of God, ha Torah, right? His utterance, his golden articulations, you know? So the imra here is the eighth and the final key word. Some say it's a poetical variant of the bar that we had in verse 9, right? The parallelism. There's a parallelism that we have in Isaiah, Yeshaya, in Isaiah chapter 5, verse 24, where it reads, they have rejected the law, Torah, of Yahweh Sabaoth, of the Lord of hosts, and contemned the word, or the imra of the Kadosh Yisrael, of the Kadosh, the Holy One of Yisrael. Where do we have that? Just briefly right here, so you can see it for yourself right here. Verse 24, bring out verse 24. Here, let's bring it down to the KJV. Let's go. This is the verse here, the fuller verse. Therefore, as the fire devoureth the stubble, and the flame consumeth the chaff, their root shall be as rottenness, and their blossom shall go up as dust, because they have cast away the law of the Lord of hosts, of Yahweh Sabaoth, and they have despised the word of the Kadosh of Yisrael, of the Holy One. Right? So in the Hebrew, tongue of fire. Let's see if we can bring it out here. Lakena ka ekol lakasha lishon aish, a tongue of fire, right? Therefore, the flame shall devour, right? Tongues of fire. Yeah, the tongues of fire shall devour. Tongues of fire there as stubble. It says, Lakain, therefore, ka a call shall devour or eat up, a call to eat. Lakain ka a call kash, the stubble, Lashon Aish, right? Lashon Aish, tongue of fire. Wa Hashash, Wa Hashasha Lahava, Wa Lashasha Lahava, the flames, Lahava, Yirpeh, Shama, Kamak, Yehye, Ua, Firchama, Ka Abaka, Ya Ale, Kia Maasua, Eta Torata, Yahuwa Sebaota, Weeta Imrat, the Imra, Weeta Imrat, Kedosh Yisrael Nietzu. Nietzu. They have despised. It goes to the key words right here, right? The Lashon, right? Lahava, Lahava, Lahaba, Lahava, Lahava, the flames, right? Down here is the Torah, right? Direction, instruction of Yahweh Sabaoth, right? Yahweh of the Sabaoth of the host, the army, right? They have despised, Na'at, Ne'etzu. They have spurned, contemned, abhorred, right? Imrat, right? The Imrat, Kadosh Yisrael, the utterance. They have despised the utterance, the speeches, the selected speeches of the Holy One, right? The Kadosh Yisrael, right? Of the Holy One, where there we go, the Kadosh, the sacred one, the set apart one of Yisrael, right there, tongue of fire. So, right there is a parallelism. I have laid up, I have treasured. The verb commonly, as we already mentioned, is used of safeguarding, right? The word for treasure, afan, is often used of safeguarding, right? A precious object. So the psalmist and I should treat Yahweh's word as that sacred object, right? That sacred, something sacred to be treasured, right? Right here. One more verse. We're going to take it to 12, right? Take it to 12 right here. Take it to 12 right here. The Yod Bait, right? Why the Yod Bait? Because you remember the other Baruch, right? We touched on the Baruch earlier in the podcast, and we sought to break that down, how it's connected to bless and the knee, and Barak is the knee. And then we told you here in this psalm right here, right? Psalm 119, like the first psalm, where the false translations say, blessed, it's actually the word ashrei, asher, which means happiness. But here is the word blessed, as we are more familiar with the barak, right? The barak. So one following along could see that here it says bless, and truly this is from the barak, bless. But in the beginning of the psalm, the beginning first verse and the second verse, where it says bless in the bad translations or the the false translations. Remember, we're looking at 17th century English, right? We know more now. So we're not casting no judgment on them. We're just trying to clarify I way now that we know better, right? So the word bless here is the Baruch bless. Baruch ata Yahweh, lam deini chukeka. Baruch. Now, here's where we get part of the formula of bless. When we say Baruch atah Yahweh, right? When we say blessed be thee, O he who be who you be, blessed be thee Adonai, Baruch atah Adonai. Here's where we get part of that formula from Scripture. So, in the formula, Judaic formula of blessing, Baruch atah Yahweh Eloheinu melech haolam, the fuller formula there. The first part of that formula comes right here from Scripture, from Psalm 119, the 12th verse, where it says, Baruch atah Yahuwah, bless thou, blessed, right, thou, the I, atah, the I male, Yahuwah, O he who be who he be. Blessed be thee, O he who be who he be. Teach me thy statutes. Baruch atah, lamdei chukeka. I heard some say barakata. Barakata. What are you saying? Barak means he had blessed, right? And ata means you. So you can see that the verb doesn't agree with the pronoun, so it's not proper. This here is Baruch, right? Baruch means that he is already blessed. We are acknowledging his blessedness, his empowerment to prosper. He is the prospered one. He is the blessed one in that sense. Baruch, Baruch, Baruch atah. Blessed be thee, I, atah, thee, Yahweh, O he who be who he be, lamdeni, right? Lamdeni, teach, lamad. Remember the word lamad? Lamad, teach I, right? Lamdeni, teach I. Lamde ani, teach ani, teach I. Lamdeni, chukeka, chukeka. Teach me your hok, your hoks, your hukim, chukeka, your statutes, your prescriptions, right? Your prescription. So what do we have right here? In relation to man, right? In relation to man, to bless, right? It means to prosper his cause. So in relation to man, to Baruch, right? His cause, right? For us. 'Cause remember, New Testament it says, and of a, how does that go in the KJV? um the lesser is it the lesser is blessed of the better. Let's see if I can get this right here. The lesser is blessed of the better. Let me see if that comes out right there. The lesser, they say the lesser is blessed of the better, right? Let's go right here just to get that verse right here. No. Let's see right here, blessed. Right? Yes, spell it correct. There we go. 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 Hebrews 7:7. Right? All the way to heaven. Bring heaven down here to this earth. The kingdom come. Yeah. So here's 7:7. And without all contradiction, the less, I said lesser. Okay, that was my bad there. The lesser, right, is blessed of the better. So based on this principle, that's what we had touched on it before, not even consciously seeing that this will come up here. But all things, we know that all things work together for the good of those who love Elohim, the creator, and who are called according to purpose, to his purpose. So right here is a key principle that connects with this 12th verse in Psalm 119, right? Here in Hebrews 7:7, it says, and without, right? And without all contradiction, right? And without all contradiction, the less is blessed, right, of the better, right? So a question has come up throughout time, and no doubt the question might come up in your own mind, and others have had this question throughout time. How are we to bless him if he is the better and we are the lesser? Wehineya nakona hadabara. Kia Kia hakaton. Right, this is from the Hebrew. Ki hakaton, the lesser. Ye borak is blessed. All of your day, right? Ha gadol is blessed of the bigger, right? Mimenu, from the bigger one, right? So the lesser one, right, is blessed, like the one who has more, right, can bless he who has less. The one who has less, how can the one who has less bless he who has more? That's the sense of this right here, right? Once again, in the new covenant Hebrew right here, wehine, and behold, nakon hadavar, nakon, correct is the word. Wehine nakon hadabar, correct is the word. Ki, that for Hakaton, the lesser one, the katon, the little one, Hakaton ye borak is blessed all your day, to say like on the hands of, right, or due to, all your day hagadol, mimenu, is blessed like upon the hands of the greater one, and from him, right, from the hands of the greater one. In other words, what it's bringing out right there. So I point to that right here because in this, where we have the key formula, here's where the Hebrew blessing formula, right? The word of blessing formula, the Baruch Atah, right? Yahweh Eloheinu Melech HaOlam, right? That's the basic formula. Blessed be thee, O Lord, right? Our God, King of the universe. We translate as Melech HaOlam, eternal King. But here's where the opening part of that formula comes from. Baruch, right? Ata Yahweh, Lamdeini Chukeka. Blessed art thou, O Yahweh. Teach me thy statutes. So, in relation to man, the relationship of man to Elohim, to bless, it means for us to prosper his cause, his way, his truth, his life, his liberty by our concentration, our focus of heart, of mind, of soul, and of might, as we have in the Shema. Shema Yisrael, to love him with all of our what? With all of our heart, with all of our soul, and all of our might, right? To the advancement of Malkuto, to the advancement of his kingdom, right? So when we say, thy kingdom come, right? Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven, in earth, on earth. So brothers and sisters and brothers, we're going to pause right here. Brought out the main key words. Once again, the main key words here, right? The 8 key words. First key word is Torah, right? Torah. Second key word is Edot, right? Testimonies, right? Third key word is Pikudeka, right? Pikudim, right? Precepts, right? Precepts. Fourth key word, right? The fourth key word is statutes, right? The statutes, like we touched on that. The statutes, the precepts, right? We have the precepts, right? And then we have the statutes, right? And then we have the fifth key word, the commandments, right? Commandments, right? The sixth key word is judgments, right? The seventh key word is dabar, the word, right? And the seventh key word, and then the eighth key word, right? The eighth key word is imra, the utterance, right? The utterance, the speech, the utterance, his utterances. So right here, brothers and sisters, here just on the outro, so one can just hear the full of it, as we get to seal up right here, right? The full. Verses 1 to 80 first, and then verses 81 to 76. Shema Yisrael. Hear this. Hear.
Psalm 119, Aleph. Blessed are the undefiled in the way, who walk in the law of the Lord. Blessed are they that keep his testimonies, and that seek him with the whole heart. They also do no iniquity, they walk in his ways. Thou hast commanded us to keep thy precepts diligently. Oh, that my ways were directed to keep thy statutes. Then shall I not be ashamed when I have respect unto all thy commandments. I will praise thee with uprightness of heart when I shall have learned thy righteous judgments. I will keep thy statutes. Oh, forsake me not utterly. Bet. Wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his way? By taking heed thereto according to thy word. With my whole heart have I sought thee. O let me not wander from thy commandments. Thy word have I hid in mine heart, that I might not sin against thee. Blessed art thou, O Lord. Teach me thy statutes. With my lips have I declared all the judgments of thy mouth. I have rejoiced in the way of thy testimonies, as much as in all riches. I will meditate in thy precepts, and have respect unto thy ways. I will delight myself in thy statutes. I will not forget thy word. Gimel. Deal bountifully with thy servant, that I may live and keep thy word. Open thou mine eyes, that I may behold wondrous things out of thy law. I am a stranger in the earth. Hide not thy commandments from me. My soul breaketh for the longing that it hath unto thy judgments at all times. Thou hast rebuked the proud that are cursed, which do err from thy commandments. Remove from me reproach and contempt, for I have kept thy testimonies. Princes also did sit and speak against me, but thy servant did meditate in thy statutes. Thy testimonies also are my delight and my counselors. Dalet. My soul cleaveth unto the dust. Quicken thou me according to thy word. I have declared my ways, and thou heardest me. Teach me thy statutes. Make me to understand the way of thy precepts. So shall I talk of thy wondrous works. My soul melteth for heaviness. Strengthen thou me according unto thy word. Remove from me the way of lying, and grant me thy law graciously. I have chosen the way of truth. Thy judgments have I laid before me. I have stuck unto thy testimonies. O Lord, put me not to shame. I will run the way of thy commandments, when thou shalt enlarge my heart. Hey. Teach me, O Lord, the way of thy statutes, and I shall keep it unto the end. Give me understanding, and I shall keep thy law. Yea, I shall observe it with my whole heart. Make me to go in the path of thy commandments, for therein do I delight. Incline my heart unto thy testimonies, and not to covetousness. Turn away mine eyes from beholding vanity, and quicken thou me in thy way. Establish thy word unto thy servant, who is devoted to thy fear. Turn away my reproach which I fear, for thy judgments are good. Behold, I have longed after thy precepts. Quicken me in thy righteousness. Vav. Let thy mercies come also unto me, O Lord, even thy salvation according to thy word. So shall I have wherewith to answer him that reproacheth me. For I trust in thy word. And take not the word of truth utterly out of my mouth, for I have hoped in thy judgments. So shall I keep thy law continually forever and ever, and I will walk at liberty, for I seek thy precepts. I will speak of thy testimonies also before kings, and will not be ashamed. And I will delight myself in thy commandments which I have loved. My hands also will I lift up unto thy commandments which I have loved, and I will meditate in thy statutes. Zion. Remember the word unto thy servant, upon which thou hast caused me to hope. This is my comfort in my affliction, for thy word hath quickened me. The proud have had me greatly in derision, yet have I not declined from my law. I remembered thy judgments of old, O Lord, and have comforted myself. Horror hath taken hold upon me because of the wicked that forsake thy law. Thy statutes have been my songs in the house of my pilgrimage. I have remembered thy name, O Lord, in the night, and have kept thy law. This I had because I kept thy precepts. Chet. Thou art my portion, O Lord. I have said that I would keep thy words. I entreated thy favor with my whole heart. Be merciful unto me according to thy word. I thought on my ways, and turned my feet unto thy testimonies. I made haste, and delayed not to keep thy commandments. The bands of the wicked have robbed me, but I have not forgotten thy law. At midnight I will rise to give thanks unto thee, because of thy righteous judgments. I am a companion of all them that fear thee, and of them that keep thy precepts. The earth, O Lord, is full of thy mercy. Teach me thy statutes. Tet. Thou hast dealt well with thy servant, O Lord, according unto thy word. Teach me good judgment and knowledge, for I have believed thy commandments. Before I was afflicted I went astray, but now have I kept thy word. Thou art good, and doest good. Teach me thy statutes. The proud have forged a lie against me, but I will keep thy precepts with my whole heart. Their heart is as fat as grease, but I delight in thy law. It is good for me that I have been afflicted, that I might learn thy statutes. The law of thy mouth is better unto me than thousands of gold and silver. Yod. Thy hands have made me and fashioned me. Give me understanding, that I may learn thy commandments. They that fear thee will be glad when they see me, because I have hoped in thy word. I know, O Lord, that thy judgments are right, and that thou in faithfulness hast afflicted me. Let, I pray thee, thy merciful kindness be for my comfort, according to thy word unto thy servant. Let thy tender mercies come unto me, that I may live. For thy law is my delight. Let the proud be ashamed, for they dealt perversely with me without a cause. But I will meditate in thy precepts. Let those that fear thee turn unto me, and those that have known thy testimonies. Let my heart be sound in thy statutes, that I be not ashamed. Kaf. My soul fainteth for thy salvation, but I hope in thy word. Mine eyes fail for thy word, saying, When wilt thou comfort me? For I am become like a bottle in the smoke. Yet do I not forget thy statutes. How many are the days of thy servant? When wilt thou execute judgment on them that persecute me? The proud have digged pits for me, which are not after thy law. All thy commandments are faithful. They persecute me wrongfully. Help thou me. They had almost consumed me upon earth, but I forsook not thy precepts. Quicken me after thy loving kindness, so shall I keep the testimony of thy mouth. Lamed. Forever, O Lord, thy word is settled in heaven. Thy faithfulness is unto all generations. Thou hast established the earth, and it abideth. They continue this day according to thine ordinances, for all are thy servants. Unless thy law had been my delights, I should then have perished in mine affliction. I will never forget thy precepts, for with them thou hast quickened me. I am thine. Save me, for I have sought thy precepts. The wicked have waited for me to destroy me, but I will consider thy testimonies. I have seen an end of all perfection, but thy commandment is exceeding broad. Mem. Oh, how love I thy law! It is my meditation all the day. Thou, through thy commandments, hast made me wiser than mine enemies, for they are ever with me. I have more understanding than all my teachers, for thy testimonies are my meditation. I understand more than the ancients, because I keep thy precepts. I have refrained my feet from every evil way, that I might keep thy word. I have not departed from thy judgments, for thou hast taught me. How sweet are thy words unto my taste, yea, sweeter than honey to my mouth. Through thy precepts I get understanding. Therefore I hate every false way. Nun. Thy word is a lamp unto my feet, and a light unto my path. I have sworn, and I will perform it, that I will keep thy righteous judgments. I am afflicted very much. Quicken me, O Lord, according unto thy word. Accept, I beseech thee, the free will offerings of my mouth, O Lord, and teach me thy judgments. My soul is continually in my hand, yet do I not forget thy law. The wicked have laid a snare for me, yet I erred not from thy precepts. Thy testimonies have I taken as an heritage forever, for they are the rejoicing of my heart. I have inclined mine heart to perform thy statutes alway, even unto the end. Samech. I hate vain thoughts, but thy law do I love. Thou art my hiding place and my shield. I hope in thy word. Depart from me, ye evildoers, for I will keep the commandments of my God. Uphold me according unto thy word, that I may live, and let me not be ashamed of my hope. Hold thou me up, and I shall be safe, and I will have respect unto thy statutes continually. Thou hast trodden down all them that err from thy statutes, for their deceit is falsehood. Thou puttest away all the wicked of the earth like dross. Therefore I love thy testimonies. My flesh trembleth for fear of thee, and I am afraid of thy judgments. Ein. I have done judgment and justice. Leave me not to mine oppressors. Be surety for thy servant for good. Let not the proud oppress me. Mine eyes fail for thy salvation, and for the word of thy righteousness. Deal with thy servant according unto thy mercy, and teach me thy statutes. I am thy servant. Give me understanding, that I may know thy testimonies. It is time for thee, Lord, to work, for they have made void thy law. Therefore I love thy commandments above gold, yea, above fine gold. Therefore I esteem all thy precepts concerning all things to be right, and I hate every false way. Hey, thy testimonies are wonderful. Therefore doth my soul keep them. The entrance of thy words giveth light, it giveth understanding unto the simple. I opened my mouth and panted, for I longed for thy commandments. Look thou upon me, and be merciful unto me, as thou usest to do unto those that love thy name. Order my steps in thy word, and let not any iniquity have dominion over me. Deliver me from the oppression of man, so will I keep thy precepts. Make thy face to shine upon thy servant, and teach me thy statutes. Rivers of waters run down mine eyes, because they keep not thy law. Tzaddik. Righteous art thou, O Lord, and upright are thy judgments. Thy testimonies that thou hast commanded are righteous and very faithful. My zeal hath consumed me, because mine enemies have forgotten thy words. Thy word is very pure. Therefore thy servant loveth it. I am small and despised, yet do not I forget thy precepts. Thy righteousness is an everlasting righteousness, and thy law is the truth. Trouble and anguish have taken hold on me, yet thy commandments are my delights. The righteousness of thy testimonies is everlasting. Give me understanding, and I shall live. Kuf. I cried with my whole heart, hear me, O Lord, I will keep thy statutes. I cried unto thee, save me, and I shall keep thy testimonies. I prevented the dawning of the morning, and cried, I hoped in thy word. Mine eyes prevent the night watches, that I might meditate in thy word. Hear my voice according unto thy loving kindness. O Lord, quicken me according to thy judgment. They draw nigh that follow after mischief. They are far from thy law. Thou art near, O Lord, and all thy commandments are truth. Concerning thy testimonies, I have known of old that thou hast founded them forever. Resh. Consider mine affliction and deliver me, for I do not forget thy law. Plead my cause and deliver me. Quicken me according to thy word. Salvation is far from the wicked, for they seek not thy statutes. Great are thy tender mercies, O Lord. Quicken me according to thy judgments. Many are my persecutors and mine enemies, yet do I not decline from thy testimonies. I beheld the transgressors and was grieved, because they kept not thy word. Consider how I love thy precepts. Quicken me, O Lord, according to thy loving kindness. Thy word is true from the beginning, and every one of thy righteous judgments endureth forever. Shin. Princes have persecuted me without a cause, but my heart standeth in awe of thy word. I rejoice at thy word as one that findeth great spoil. I hate and abhor lying, but thy law do I love. 7 times a day do I praise thee because of thy righteous judgments. Great peace have they which love thy law, and nothing shall offend them. Lord, I have hoped for thy salvation, and done thy commandments. My soul hath kept thy testimonies, and I love them exceedingly. I have kept thy precepts and thy testimonies, for all my ways are before thee. Tav. Let my cry come near before thee, O Lord. Give me understanding according to thy word. Let my supplication come before thee. Deliver me according to thy word. My lips shall utter praise when thou hast taught me thy statutes. My tongue shall speak of thy word, for all thy commandments are righteousness. Let thine hand help me, for I have chosen thy precepts. I have longed for thy salvation, O Lord, and thy law is my delight. Let my soul live, and it shall praise thee, and let thy judgments help me. I have gone astray, like a lost sheep. Seek thy servant, for I do not forget thy commandments.
Amen, amen. Shabbat shalom, sembet salam, there. Psalm 119, the Torah, the way of life, the way of liberty, the way of life. Shabbat shalom, sembet salam, y'all. Here. Looking forward to this Shabbat. You know, Shabbat, also Shabbat HaChodesh, coming into the first of months, the new moon. Here. Passover time, the month of Abib. Shabbat, also known as the Shabbat HaChodesh, the Shabbat immediately preceding, you know, the new moon of the Passover time, the beginning of the Hebrew churchical ecclesiastical year, where we gather together, you know, for the feast, the festivals, Pesach, coming forward. Here, I like to share this right here on the outro. Shabbat Shalom. Right? Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam, right here. Baruch atah Yahweh Eloheinu melech haolam. Blessed be thee, O he who be our Elohim, eternal King. Bashem Yeshua, appoint to I and to all in the way, the truth, and the life. Appoint to them that mourn. This is to those who mourn in Zion, and to the mourners, to those who mourn in Zion, and to give to them beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, the garment of praise of Isis for the spirit of heaviness, that they might be called trees, the trees of righteousness, the planting of Yahweh, Jehovah HaKadosh Baruch Hu Baruch Hashem, that he might be glorified. Right here, you can see the key words right there, beauty for ashes. So here, Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam, here on the outro right here, beauty for ashes. Here based on Yeshayahu, Isaiah chapter 61, verse 3. To appoint to them that mourn in Zion, to give to them beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness, that they might be called trees of righteousness, that we and they be called trees of righteousness, the planting of Yahweh, that he might be glorified. Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam, Hashem Yeshua HaMoshiach. Have a peaceful, restful Shabbat. Rest, refresh, take a breath. Yes. And if you can, study a little bit more on this Psalm 119, also Torah reading and feeding, coming forward. Yeshua Shalom, Chaverim. Yeshua Shalom. Beautiful active.
The highest liver, the highest liver. To trust where someone is, we need to live. The garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness, and I is in the sameness. You see it. Beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning. The one chance the conscience see in all humanity, among all nationality, the full spectrum of everything it is. Jah can be found wherever people be, so don't let it be hatred of a deep degree. Let's try to put perspective to the scrutiny when reading from the deep chronology of history. All nations have their shame and pride reveal, as the Lion of Judah loose the seventh seal. A broken contrite heart should be in all to feel, as these are the gates of our soul redeemed. There's a lot of deep mistakes and a lot of shallow steel, riding up on a piece of iron, and for real. To trust where someone is, we need to live. Garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness, and I in our sinners. Beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, Program to Kwazina, no take off to real out a dream. Careful what they program in a medicine. Just keep the eye rates well lush and green. Chlorophyll and hemoglobin similar sing. In every nationality the potential is to sing forward goodness in our offerings. Like the life yard where automatic no offer the buoy mark a swim. Sing up along the road of history's inferences. Jah is not willing that any should perish, that all should come to repentance, and set it up on a cause for betterment. Not so much sadness or woe and irreverent lament. Cultivate the youth, them talent and their unique presence. Don't overload their self-perception and self-confidence. He of cruel speech meant to break essence. Yearly Selassie with the compassion, a model of the living superlatives to implement. Humble soul is not the populist, it's the justice. Some well agreed intangibles about fairness, and it's not a biased perspective premeditated. For trust where someone is, we need to live. The garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness, and I in our sameness. Beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning. Give them beauty for ashes, beauty for ashes.
Send bet salam. Send bet salam. Send bet salam. Send bet salam. Sabbath peace. Sabbath safety. Send bet peace. Rest safely. Rest. The true rest and peace is in Christos and in Him. Salam.
Yeshua shalom, Yeshua shalom. Shabbat
6 days shall
shalom.
thou labor, shall the 7th day take thy rest. 6 days shall thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest.
Lion of Judah Society.
6 days shall thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. And although now we are mature, we are like the sucklings and the breast. Yeah!